All right. Welcome everyone to this week's session of the Debate Club. So the topic for today's session is enforcement of birth control, especially among the poor, can lead to a better society or world. Agree or disagree? So this, as you can see, this is a kind of a controversial topic. We actually had some reservations from some members who wanted to not discuss this because this was such a sensitive topic and it could lead to unintended consequences and things like that. But just to provide the context for this, there is this sentiment about how poor people actually, like they reproduce uncontrollably as a way to raise children as a way to offset economic expenses. Because in a country like India, it is not expensive to have children. You can see, in the society, in the streets, there are a lot of like poor people, homeless people who have like, 5 children or something like that. And they just like let their children beg and things like this. So there is a certain sentiment that poor people, they don't have a cap on their reproductive capacity. And then there is this notion from the other side that we need to enforce birth control among the poor to better the society overall. Now, yeah, of course, this is a controversial topic. Now, just to add a disclaimer, we are going to discuss this for sure. Like, every topic that is sensitive or considered too controversial, we are going to discuss it, and we will discuss it in a way that is like brings out all these like perspectives that may not find welcoming reception elsewhere, so that we can have a deep, nuanced conversation about these things. So this is going to be an interesting session. I'm looking forward to it. I already see hands up, so let's get started. So for those of you who have not participated in these sessions before, all you have to do is like click on the reactions button at the bottom, and then like click on raise your hand in order to get in the queue. And once you do, once it's your turn, you will get to speak, and you will get to up to 3 to 5 minutes per turn. And then if you're done with speaking, then you can go back in the line if you have more to say. So with all that said, let's get started. Saju, I see your hand is first. Please go ahead. Saju.
Okay. Yeah. I was not able to find the mute button.
Okay.
Raghav, I think you have disabled screen share, just for your information.
Oh.
Yes, I was
okay?
going to share the screen, but then last time we noticed that nobody was looking into the Kialo thing.
No. I mean, today I want to present my Microsoft Notebook.
I see. Okay, you want to present your screen. I see. Okay,
yeah.
Got it. All right.
Hey, this Kialo is really nice, actually. But I don't know why people don't like it.
Yeah, I think that it was just like not so. I guess like it takes some effort and people are into it. But anyway, so Saju will speak, and then I will enable the screen share. Don't worry. Yeah. So Saju, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think the topic the intention here for the topic is we have to. I mean, the argument here is that the poor people have more children, and hence the population increases, and hence the economy becomes weaker, or it's cheaper to have children. So can you just define what we are trying to do here, Raghav? Like, what is the topic about? What do you mean by birth control, on enforcing birth control? Like, it's like a complicated word for me. Can you define it?
This is fairly straightforward. It's self-explanatory. Enforcement of birth control, meaning that birth control, as in, for example, vasectomy for men, or like other kinds of like procedures that are intended to like sort of like stop your reproductive capabilities. Okay, and not just that. I think there are other ways to do it as well. So enforcement of birth control, especially among the poor, can lead to a better society. The assumption behind this thesis is that poor people reproduce uncontrollably, and enforcing birth control on them is going to lead to better outcomes. And so I think it's pretty straightforward. So Saju, if you're not clear on the topic, right, let's actually let Ashwin speak, because he's the one who suggested the topic. So let him speak, let him make his case, and then it'll be more clear for everybody else, I think. So,
okay.
Yeah, Ashwin, please go ahead. I think you should be able to share your screen.
Yeah, I should be able to share my screen. Okay,
yeah.
I'm sharing my screen. I propose this topic because this will have a very huge impact on the world, which I think is really positive. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see a screen.
Okay, enforcement of birth control means it need not be only forcefully performing surgery, vasectomy or tubectomy on the male and female. It need not be that case. It can also be if they have, let's say, more number of children, let's say things like their ration card, that is subsidy won't be given to them, or their property can be seized, or they can be fined heavily and stuff like that. There are other methods as well. That is what I meant. Now, the pros here is there are limited resources like land suitable for agriculture, and hence there is limited amount of food in this world. And there is limited amount of water, which includes river water, ground, and the water that we get from rain and lakes. These are all constant. It doesn't depend on the number of people that live in this world. And the other resources that are limited are minerals as well. Metals and non-metals as well. So fewer people implies more resource per capita, which implies that there will be, not necessarily implies, but there will be a higher standard of living for each and every person. So water shortage in Indian cities will only worsen as the water table is falling rapidly. This same goes for water table in farmlands as well. I mean, I have read online articles. Recently, we faced a water shortage in Bangalore. That is, we faced 20% water shortage. This is the main reason is the buildings are getting taller and taller, and more number of people are moving into the city, and the groundwater is being depleted. And Bangalore is heavily dependent on the Kaveri river water. And coming to the next point, less pollution when the world is less populated. You know about the ozone layer depletion and stuff like that. So let me give you some of the future statistics here. India's population is expected to rise till 2050 to about 1.7 billion people. That is 400 million more than today's Indian population. And then it will start declining. When there is a shortage of water today, how would be the situation in 2050 is my question. It's really alarming and really scary for people who think about it, really. So my claim is, in many cases, a child being born poor most likely continues to live a poor life for the rest of his or her life, and the cycle repeats. Let's say when the poor person has a child, most likely it'll be poor. And of course, there are people who have escaped this cycle, but this is in many cases it happens this way. This is just my claim based on my understanding of this world. And I think a person has no moral right to have a child when he or she cannot satisfy his or her own basic needs. That is, the people living below the poverty line. When a person is unable to feed himself or herself, then it implies that the person cannot feed the child as well. Why the child will also suffer. This is one major reason. Less funds would be allocated for subsidies for people below the poverty line and contribute to the overall development of the country. Now, coming to the cons, I would say technological research and development is heavily dependent on the number of scientists, which in turn depends on heavy population. Let's say if there are 100 million people living in a country, you will have, let's say, 10,000 scientists. If there are 200 million people living, you will have 20,000 scientists, which means that double the amount of research can be done. The more the population, the more would be the number of scientists. I mean, we would not be living in this kind of science and technology if there were fewer people living in this world. This is a con for smaller population, I would say. One more point to note is rapid fall in total fertility rate is bad for the economy in the near future, as a lot of elderly people would be dependent on fewer younger working population. This has been the case right now in Germany and Japan. I would say European countries and also Japan, where there are many elderly people and there are fewer younger population, and the younger people have to work and pay taxes to support the pension of the elderly people. And another point to note is infrastructure like roads, railways, and airports would be underutilized, and the cost of the same and hence would be underutilized, and both in terms of I would say, and hence more per capita, both to build and operate. For example, let me give an example. Let's say, take the example of a railway line between Bangalore and Chennai. If there are 10 million people living in Bangalore or 1 million people living in Bangalore, there has to be a railway line between Bangalore and Chennai, whatever is the case. And the cost of building a railway line would remain the same. And the cost of operating the railway line would also remain the same. So more the number of people, and cheaper would be some of the infrastructure. And another con of smaller population is stronger army. You will have if you have a higher population, it will support a stronger army to defend the country. These are the statistics that I found. This was the world in 1900, and this was the world in 2000, the one in red color, and this will be in 2050. In 2050, there will be approximately 9.5 billion people in the world. And in 2100, there will be 10.5 billion people approximately. Of course, things can change in the future, but this is the projected growth. Right now, there are approximately 8 billion people. Yeah, I'm done right now. You have any questions?
Yeah, I do.
Hold on. Sajju, hold on. Let's go by turns.
Okay.
So Ashwin, I do want to summarize what you're saying. You basically overall you're pro birth control, right? And
yeah, I'm pro birth control, but I also gave you points for birth control at what rate. I mean, let's say if two people have, if a couple has just one child, it will put pressure on the economy. So there should be gradual. I mean, the population should reduce gradually. I mean, it is subjective. It is actually, you can say 1.5 total fertility rate would be good for the economy. There is a balance, I would say.
Right. Okay. So, when I look at your argument and what you're making, I don't think it makes sense to go either or. I think what you're suggesting is basically a calculated population control mechanism. So great points. Thank you for elaborating on it. I think next is Taiba.
Good morning, everyone. The question is, it's not are we for or against birth control, it's more are we for or against the enforcement of birth control on poor people. So for my argument, I am against the enforcement because it removes the right of choice that humans have. But although I am against the enforcement aspect, I am for making healthier options for birth control for both males and females, because I know with females, the birth control options do detrimentally affect the body, short-term and long-term, and it can cause females, when they are ready and able to wanting to give birth, that it can affect their reproductive organs. I can see how the increase of the poor population and not having the enforcement of birth control in that area can impact the society to carry the weight for the poor. And it can impact them detrimentally. Although, again, I do feel that I am against the enforcement, but educating the poor and having these options available and free for them would encourage them to better be educated, and they'd be more informed on maybe using birth control, so that when they are ready to have children, they are then going to do that, as opposed to just willy-nilly having kids. This is my take.
Okay. Just to be a devil's advocate, Taiba, I think these mechanisms have existed. Educating the poor has been proven to be not really like an effective way to actually bring about a change, because there has been a lot of efforts made in this regard. But when you actually look at the perspective of somebody who's poor, right? This is actually something that I wanted to bring up in response to what Ashwin was also talking about. There is there is an incentive to have a children, especially in a society like India, where the cost of raising a child is not high. Especially when you're poor, they just have their kids and then they just let them roam on the streets. You've seen so many of these children on the streets just playing around naked. They just they don't have any cost associated with them actually to raise the children. And from a parent's perspective, it's actually an economic incentive to have more children. so that like they can basically have their children go and beg on the streets or do some work to help them. So for example, if they're working as construction laborers, they will actually have their kids help them so that like they can make the money. And it's not really something that you can tell them. It's not like they're stupid and they're doing this because they don't understand the consequences. Actually, there is an incentive to it, which is the thing where which actually makes it problematic even for what Ashwin is suggesting. Because like when there is an incentive and you're forcing them to not go for it, it becomes you're basically obstructing their freedom without giving an alternative. So I just want to put that out there. But yeah, next up is Ashutosh.
Yes, so I just wanted to start off with adding what you just spoke about, educating the poor, right? So I feel that this is a long-term process. It is not something that you can expect the results very quickly, right? It will take time, and I think it does help in some sense that people, if they are actually getting aware about it, they would not, let's look at this example for cleanliness. It's a bit of digress, but just to bring in that context, our generation is more likely to be aware of this aspect of cleanliness than our previous generation. So it is a generational change, I would say, that we'll see over the period of time. And the measures like educating the poor, you want to call them, or whatever, that are going to impact and that are going to help in the long run. That's what I feel. Now, coming back to the topic about implementing birth control among the poor. So first of all, who are the poor? Like, how do you define them? Who all fall in that category? I think that'll be interesting to discuss. And if you just look at the poor, that okay, we want to implement this only for poor people, then would it not be discriminatory? And you are just giving basically making even a bigger divide by bringing that rule or law, whatever, in place, that okay, you are poor, you are rich, and then there is even a bigger divide in the society. And I think that okay, just to look at it on the like just to look at this challenge of population from a positive angle, not exactly positive, but somewhere close to that. I feel that as we progress, as we face more challenges with regards to climate change or water issues or pollution, etc., I believe technology is going to come up and help us with that. That's what I think, that we will have something coming up for sure. As we say, necessity is the mother of invention. If something is needed, we will, I think, definitely come up with something that will be able to help us. But I am pro, you know, controlling the population in general, not in a drastic fashion, but some of the measures. I think I could not follow the first few minutes. Someone spoke about the incentives of not having a lot of children. So something like that maybe could be helpful. Also, I'm not sure who was presenting, but someone mentioned that if you have more population, then you'll have more scientists and hence more technology, advanced technology to tackle challenges. But I don't really think that it's directly proportional. The number of scientists and the technology that you can develop is directly proportional to the number of people you have in your nation. So if you look at the nation like Israel, right? Probably they are one of the top nations in terms of technology, etc. So I don't really agree there, but I feel that even if you have a lesser population, but if you give them access to resources, to education, and whatever else is required, that should be able to do, instead of thinking that more population means more scientists, etc. Yeah, I think I would like to stop there and would be happy to hear what you guys think.
Okay, thanks, Ashutosh. So just to add a few points to this, see, I think the point about like population and in the rate of incidence of like the extraordinary individuals, like not just scientists. Scientists are just one class of people. You can have musicians, sports people who are extraordinary. Somebody who's extraordinary. There is a definitely a rate of like a proportional relationship between the size of the population and the rate of incidence of these extraordinary individuals. And if you it'll definitely be a curve of some kind, but there is a certain relationship for sure. It's not purely related to just just purely related to how well you train them, because population increases also result in increase in competition, which also promotes the incentive for excellence. And another thing is like there's something that I wanted to respond in response to what Ashwin was sharing. I think a lot of the projections were projecting, assuming that everything else is constant. But I do want to bring the attention to one particular issue in this context, which is that when you have a large population and you're not changing much else, you will definitely hit those constraints. But if you look at the geography of the world, large swaths of the planet are just like very, very sparsely populated. If you look at the population density, it's not standard. And we are getting into a point where increasingly it is possible to make human beings more mobile. Like we can actually move large numbers of people uh, right now more than we've ever been able to in the past. So it could be possible that we can, instead of limiting the rate of population growth, we could simply reorganize the planet's how we utilize the planet's resources, because we're not even utilizing a fraction of the planet's possible resources. The way we are using it is basically we're basically going ahead with how we've been using the planet's resources, and without much organization. But today we're living in a world where it's like the possibility of organizing and having like a large scale um, global outlook to how we organize our resources is very much more possible than it's ever been. We have like satellite data, we have like ways of measuring the resources and all these things which were never possible before. So now we can actually get to a point where we can actually accelerate the rate of population growth, and also reorganize how we organize these population, so that we don't have to put those limits on things like in rate of incidence of the extraordinary individuals and all that. So I want to stop there. So next up is Nachiketa. Please go ahead.
Hi everyone. So first of all, I would like to say that Raghav, I don't agree to you on the point that like if there are poor, then the poor people will have more children because they have more hands. I feel that is a stereotypical viewpoint, because I know in urban areas especially, I have seen through my personal experiences also while I was interning and while I was surveying in slums. So I can give an example. For example, there was a family with 4 children, and they were living in slums. Then all of them got jobs, and they moved up the social mobility, and then of course they had fewer children also. So that is one aspect. And even now the poor people in urban areas, they also do not seek to raise more children. That is because the cost of living in urban areas is really high. So they are now, as education has moved up, healthcare services, even though the quality remains poor, has improved over the years in India. In urban areas, especially in cities like Mumbai, I can say that even the poor do not seek to produce more children, and that can also be seen through the actual fertility rates of these groups if those are surveyed. So, as Ashutosh was saying, I agree to him that on a general level, I feel there must be some education regarding fertility, regarding sex education. But I don't feel that particularly the poor should be targeted. and that is also against their individual human rights. It's like deciding what we want for them. So I feel that is not correct. And even and also the last point which I want to make is that after all we live in a democracy, so we should not decide what the individual citizens want to do or the choices they want to make. Of course, I am in full support of awareness programs, sex education, and better reproductive health services. But I feel at the end of the day, it should be the choice of the family and the citizens on how many children they produce. And this can have the side effects also. For example, in China, the one child policy, which was looking like a huge success, now it is turning out to be a huge failure, as the Chinese government is incentivizing people to have 2 or even 3 children because of declining fertility, which is affecting the working age population. So the dependency ratio is also low, and also the sex ratio in China is skewed because of that one child policy. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Nachiketa. I do want to make a distinction between when we say poor, right? There are several classes within the poor. What I was talking about earlier was regarding the ultra poor, as in like the people who don't even have homes. They don't have per capita like expenditure per month. It's not like they have like 5 kids versus like only 2 kids. It's not like they're spending so much on each child that having an additional child is going to be more expensive. But if you take like a little bit higher down the line, like a little bit higher in the economic ladder, let's say there's a
But
poor.
I feel in urban areas, even those.
Nachiketa, you're on mute, but let me finish and then you can speak. So when you take somebody, let's say that they're poor, let's say they make like 15,000 rupees per month. That is still considered poor for a family of like 4, right? But they are actually like sending their kids to the government school and they're trying to give their kids a good life. They're not just like letting them roam the streets naked and play whatever they want and then they just go away. So there are different considerations for different strata within what we consider to be the larger class of poor. So I do want to make that distinction, but I see a lot of people raising their hands. So let's go on to the next person. Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, sir. So on to the point, I guess this would have been a great topic. We are just a mere 75 years late because the total fertility rate of India in 1945 was 5.92 per household. But in 2020, we have seen that total fertility rate come down to 2.24. And 2.1 is recommended by the government to kind of maintain the population. So if we want to kind of continue with this population and make sure that we sustain this number, then the fertility rate is almost at par in the current scenario. So there were some issues that people were facing regarding, what will happen if the population continues to boom like this, even though we have like barely 25 years of population boom, and then India is also going to go on a decline, and we are going to stop at around 100 and 110 crores. So regarding the water shortage, it is not just the population stress on the area is so much that the water is not able to cope up with this situation. It is also about the effectivity of how we use our water. We are seen in a place like Israel where it was almost a deadline where they have through effective forms of irrigation made sure a proper civilization exists, and they have reclaimed a lot of area back from the desertification as well. In India also we see this ineffective form of agriculture, and we need to go to methods such as drip irrigation to kind of tackle this water shortage issue rather than cutting down on the population. And if we are kind of trying to curtail the freedom of the population and trying to dictate or forcefully instill upon them this birth control, then at what path are we going? Is this much iron fisting good in a democracy? And are we not going to turn into a basic police state where government is going to tell us what to eat and what not to eat, and we had rules.
Prince, I think we lost your audio.
Can I speak?
Prince, can you speak now?
Yeah, Raghav, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, may I know you heard tell?
No, that's just the last 15 seconds we lost you.
Okay. So, that is going to create a police state. And when we talk of subsidies and economic repercussions of this policy, then according to me, subsidies are never going to go away. It is not that less people equals less subsidy, because subsidies are dependent on this standard of living. The more the standard of living is going to increase, the more the quality of subsidy is going to increase. Now we are subsidizing the poor to kind of feed themselves. It will go to a better housing, as we see in PM Awas Yojana. Then it will go to universal basic income, and that demand is going to keep on increasing as the standard of living of the population increases, because we need this kind of population for an almost developing country like India, which is in its infant stage of developments, because this huge population gives us a huge GDP, second in the world in terms of PPP, and this also allows us a cheap labor. Now, this huge amount of population and this cheap labor, even this is not, if we sufficient enough to attract all the companies out of China when the trade war is imposed on them, and people rather prefer a country like Vietnam. So I guess we need this kind of a bargaining tool of this huge population as a market, as well as a cheap labor force to attract these companies. I'll just like to end by saying that yes, some people might be true on the limited resources part, that the resources are limited in the nation. But Gandhi said that there are enough resources for everyone needs in the world, but not enough resources for everyone's greed. Even if we have a million greedy people on this earth who are trying to, kind of uh, just make use of this resource, then I'm sorry, will not even be able to cater to a million of one population in the entire world, because we see how these kind of greedy people are going towards cars like Porsche and McLaren, where they give a basic average of like 5 to 7 kilometers per liter. So it clearly shows that there is resources enough for everyone's needs if they are humble enough, but we can't satisfy even a single person's greed. Yeah, Raghu.
All right, thanks, Prince. I see a lot of people raising their hands, so let's go with Saju. Saju, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a very short point. I want to know what is the premise on which this argument is based, that poor people create more children. I didn't see any data.
No, this is actually there are articles. Maybe I'll link it down the line, but there
No,
are
Raghav. There is no data, absolutely zero data, all over the world, that poor people create more
not
children.
not necessarily all over the world. There are different dynamics in different countries. In a country like India, right? There are like for example, if you go to people who are living on the streets, you will see that they will definitely have like more than 2 kids.
So are you really saying that all the people who live on the streets have more than 2 kids?
Not necessarily all, but the rate of incidence is definitely
that is what
higher.
you're saying. That is what you're saying.
No. See, all children, all people doing something is different from saying that the probability of them doing it's higher. Okay, so
no, this whole debate is based on the premise that the poor people create more children, and that there is zero data for that.
Okay, so I
think what we can do is that, to save our time, we can close this debate and switch to a new topic.
That's not up to you to decide. We will continue this debate. Let's actually, you just share your thoughts. Let's not have you decide what to do as a community.
No, it is not about thoughts here, Raghav. It is about data, right? The data doesn't support the premise itself.
I'll send you the sources in the chat. Let others go ahead. If you have anything else to add, please do. Otherwise, let others speak. Okay.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
add something. So let me ask you,
Hmm.
when you say more children, what do you mean the count? 2, 3, 4?
It's more than one. More than one versus like some.
No, how is more than one more children? We just now proved that 3 is good.
Okay, I don't want to harp on the arguments without the source. I'll get the source to you. Let the others go ahead. We'll have
This
this
question is not
discussion.
about source.
We'll have this
This question.
discussion. We'll have this discussion in the open session after 12:30. Okay. Let's have
No,
a
no,
let's
Raghav, this is not about data or source. I am asking you simple. What is meant by more children? Do we need source for that?
see.
Raghav, can I hop in for a minute?
Yeah. Ashwin is the person who raised this topic, so let him justify the topics.
Okay,
rationally.
Saju, we will give you the data to show you that educated women have fewer children.
Again, this
Wait.
is not
I will give you.
about
I will
data.
give you. I will give you 1 second. And economically
I
speaking,
already told
African
you it
country.
is not about data.
Saju, if you want to cut off people, right? Let's not do this. I don't want to entertain it. Let him speak, and then if you have something more, you will get your turn. Don't cut off people.
Okay, I will counter only Saju's argument, and I have raised my hand. I will come back to it later, to other people later.
No, actually, Ashwin, you go ahead. You go ahead and complete your thing because this is being raised, right? So let's have you go ahead, and then next Venkat will go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, there is data to point out that educated women have fewer children. I have clear. I mean, I can post the data online. And economically speaking, African countries, the TFR is more than that of Europe. And also in India, we need to collect the data. And if there are 2 children per couple, it maintains the population. The 2.1 is the recommended this thing to maintain the population. That is because some people die of accidents and diseases in between. So they say 2.1 is needed to maintain the population. But generally speaking, if a couple has 2 children, it maintains the population. And I forgot her name, Taiba or someone. She said that enforcement, she was only thinking about surgery, but as I said, surgery is not necessary. This can be done by fining the couple, taking away their ration card, taking away and penalizing them basically in other methods. And Raghav, you yourself made the point that we are not exploiting all the resources in the world. But I believe that a person cannot live in Siberia or Antarctica or stuff like that. I mean, if you see that population density is mainly in the green zones, I would say, where the agriculture is possible and you don't have people living in deserts and cold zones. And more or less, we are extracting, I mean, a good amount of resources. We are exploiting this country. So we cannot cut down the forest. I mean, we also need for nature, wildlife to sustain itself and give them enough room as well. We cannot cut down forests and exploit all of the resources. If you look at the map of India, look at the amount of wildlife sanctuaries that are there, and look at the amount of the opposite of that, where people reside and there is no wildlife sanctuary. Technology helps. I mean, if you're comparing Israel to India, the dynamics are different. Technology helps, but technology itself has not been enough. If technology was really enough, then why are people facing water shortage today? You will only understand the situation if you wait in the queue for hours together. I mean, just to get 20 liters of water in your bucket, and that will be sufficient. And you get that only for once in a week or something. I mean, that is what I heard in the news. I mean, you will really feel the pinch only when you run out of resource. I mean, okay, this is more or less my. Okay, I'm done right now.
Okay, thanks.
Can I speak?
Saju, you'll wait for your turn. I'm posting the source for the correlation between poverty and higher rates of fertility. Okay, you have a look at it. In the meantime, let the others speak, and then you can come and join the queue. Okay.
And also, Raghav, also for educated women and total fertility rate. Let's also post that.
Yeah, you can find it and post whatever resources you have. I'm posting this this poverty versus fertility correlation. But yeah, Venkat, please go ahead. Venkat, you're on mute.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Now you're audible, yeah.
Okay, someone brought up the link between higher population and higher probability of achieving excellence, whether it be in science or anything else. I just wanted to explore that a little bit. Let's look at cricket, where India has enjoyed some of its greatest successes as well as some of our greatest failures. When India first started playing Pakistan after independence, this assumption was carelessly made that since India has a much larger population, we are bound to be always victorious against England, against Pakistan. And that assumption was soon exploded when Pakistan started producing teams that regularly beat India. And someone of my generation who remembers Imran Khan's leadership can tell you for sure that it was very painful. How can this much smaller country produce teams that are consistently better than India, especially in the area of fast bowling and so on? Now let's take an even more startling example. Australia is a much smaller country than Pakistan, and yet they have consistently produced world-beating teams, right? And they continue to do that to this day. In theory, we all feel intuitively that there ought to be some link between a higher population and a higher incidence of excellence, but it doesn't seem to happen in practice. So I've thought to some extent, to a great extent about this. And what I've gradually come to realize is that culture matters. When you have millions of people trying something, you get the occasional person. And that brings me to the successes that I talked about in cricket. Uh, you know, the out of this entire population of 1.4 billion, we managed to produce one Sachin Tendulkar, one Virat Kohli, right? And more recently, one Bumrah. Why is that? Because cricket has become a part of India's culture. It is not in its origins. It was an English game for sure, but today it's a part of India's culture. You travel anywhere in India, and I've traveled extensively in India. You find a group of boys playing street cricket. So nearly every boy wants to excel in cricket, right? Eventually, of course, their attention gets consumed by studies and so on. But the childhood dream of most boys in India is to become a Tendulkar or a Virat Kohli, and so gradually you get one. And the reason we do not enjoy comparable success in science or in other areas is because there is no comparable culture, right? India does not have a scientific culture. Um India does not yet have a strong entrepreneurial culture, so we don't produce a Bill Gates or a Steve Jobs yet, but that is changing and changing very rapidly. So I think that the more important predictor of excellence is whether something is a part of a nation's culture or not. So I don't believe that a large population is an asset in that sense, that we are bound to produce a certain number of excellent individuals, whose excellence can then, trickle down in terms of benefits to others. And then the question about whether is there a link between poverty and fertility. Actually, I thought it was rather obvious that there is a link, but since the point has been challenged, I would like to try to address it. Uh, Within India, the development of different states in India has not been uniform, right? We all know that some states have developed faster than others, and also some states the population growth has slowed down earlier and more drastically than others. The first state to achieve, steady population or a very reasonable population growth at replacement rate. It's not population growth; it's zero growth, stationary population was Kerala, and Kerala was also the first state to achieve 100% literacy, and especially the literacy of women. Uh, a few decades later, I believe Tamil Nadu followed suit. And Tamil Nadu also today has a stationary population and full literacy. As you go further up north, there are states that have high population growth, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Rajasthan in particular. And these states have low levels of literacy and especially low levels of female literacy. There is a district called Barmer in Rajasthan where female literacy, two-thirds of the women are illiterate, right? So the literacy levels are comparable to sub-Saharan Africa. And these are also, and there's an obvious link between education levels and poverty, right? Less educated people, for the most part, there could be exceptions. I mean, if people who have inherited wealth from ancestors, that's a different matter. But people who have grown up illiterate or less educated do tend to be, on average, poorer than those with more education. So there is, I mean, a superficial look at things tells you that there is this link between poverty and fertility. In particular, I would argue there's a strong link between female education and fertility. And there's also a strong link between female education levels and the affluence or poverty of the society. That would be my argument to address the 2 points that came up. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Venkat, actually, one point that you brought up against what I was saying, I just want to clarify my stance. So what I was saying in terms of the positive correlation existing between the size of the population and the rate of incidence of excellence was particularly, it's not obviously the rate of excellence is not something that is purely dependent on just the population. There are other factors as well. You gave the example of Pakistan versus Australia. Obviously, there are other differences between the societies of Pakistan versus Australia that contribute to that factor of excellence. Excellence is not just about like how many people you have. It's not a purely probabilistic thing that randomly, like if you take 10,000 people, the randomness of somebody having excellence is higher. The potential is obviously increased, but the actual realization of that potential depends on other factors. So to drive home awareness, I still stand by the statement that I made in that like people, for example, if you take the population of Australia and then you multiply the population of Australia by 10 while maintaining all the other factors, then obviously the rate of incidence of excellence is going to be higher. That is, it's almost like an obvious statement, right? That is what I was saying, but I hope that is clear. And I do see a lot of other people raising their hands. So let's go ahead with Ashutosh.
All right. Sure. So I just wanted to go back to the interesting question that Saju was posing that, how do we know if poor people really have more children? And that's a good question to think about. But speaking of my understanding of this, and in fact, my observation as I come from a village, I would agree with the statement that generally people who are poor, they have more children. And now, the important point here is that when we say poor, I think we imply people who are not that educated. And when people are not well educated, there are chances of them not really thinking of long term, not really thinking of the consequences of having more children. So that's point one. That's why, because of which I think that the statement of poor having more children makes sense. Another thing is, when we say poor, we also assume that these are people who don't really have access to resources, something like contraceptives, and hence in return it will lead to having more children. So I think logically that way it does make sense, and it makes sense for me because I personally have experienced this. People who are in villages, they would tend to have more children, but someone who has gone out, who is educated, who has seen the society, not just in staying in the bubble, but the outside world, they would not really, have more than one children as far as I have experienced this. So from that standpoint, it does make sense. I don't know about the data, but there are some resources in the chat. So this was one point. Another point was about, I'm just going very back in our meeting where Raghav mentioned about, distributing the population to maybe unutilized areas. I don't think that's a very good way to look at it. Something, I don't know, maybe technology can help us with, but I think it's not that easy and not that favorable, because the reason population is not spread uniformly is because there are multiple factors that decide where human being can exist and what is comfortable, what is conducive for them. And now when we decide to maybe just take some people and spread them across, people are not staying there because the weather is not conducive probably, or the soil is not fertile, or they don't have drinking water, or so many factors could be there. So doing that, I don't know how much feasible that is, but it's an interesting way to maybe think about it. Yeah. And I would like to stop there with this.
Yeah, thanks, Ashutosh. I actually that brings up the point that Ashwin was earlier making about like how you have like places like Siberia and Antarctica. That's because we have land there does not mean that people can inhabit there. I mean, there are various factors that determine how habitable a place is, the quality of air, the resources available, the amenities available, the fertility of the land. All these things contribute to that. But even if you consider all those things, right? For example, if you look at the population density map of place like China or Australia, large portions of these lands are completely like very, very sparsely populated. There are hotspots where a large number of people gather, and it's because that hotspot already exists that more people gravitate towards that. Nobody is going to choose to go and live in a sparsely populated place. So that way, it becomes uninhabitable simply because nobody chose to access that spot. And as we grow in our organizational abilities as a global society, even the dynamics of like the division of control of governance is also going to be changing. I'm pretty sure it's going to change in the next few decades to a point where it's beyond recognition. The same way that there are changes to the governance structures of like what we had in 300 years ago versus what we have now. Now we have like very globally integrated governance structures across the world, and this is going to expand. It's going to keep going in this direction where we will start to view the distinctions of like national identities with much less reverence than we do now. And in that sense, and the technology is also going to be rapidly expanding up until that point. And it'll make sense for us to synthetically install large cities, which will allow, in a short span of time, which will allow a large number of people to come and populate and make it habitable. These things are possible. I was just like speculating on that front, where we don't have to compromise on the population rate of population growth versus all the disadvantages that we have along with that, with controlling population. So there are two approaches to this. One is conservative. We try to keep everything else the same, and then like we try to shrink the population to meet the resources and the quality of life constraints. And then the other one is more expansive. I mean, people are talking about like taking over other planets to expand the human species. That is a more of an extreme expansionist view. What I'm suggesting is of course more radical than what conservative viewpoints would suggest, but it's still more realistic than the other end of the spectrum, where people are thinking about ditching the planet and going somewhere else to avoid catastrophes. But just to bring the context to what I was saying, that I'm just saying that. But thanks, Ashutosh. Samarth, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think earlier, like an important point was brought up, like asking for what is actually the evidence that that the poorer people in general, they have like more kids than richer people. Yeah, I think there are like several facts that point to this direction. And one of them could be like how within a given country, like people who are like economically well off, they have lesser kids than poorer people. So that is one thing. You can see this phenomenon within countries and also between countries. And here, the starkest example will be, like how the people in the first world countries, like they have much less kids than people in the most underdeveloped countries. So, for example, like people in Europe or in Japan and South Korea, there the total fertility rate is between 1 and 2, whereas at present in the countries of sub-Saharan Africa, where the poverty is the highest, there the total fertility rate it is around 5. So there is a lot of evidence to suggest this one, but obviously in the case of any human phenomenon, this thing is not universal. So even in India, like although just to give one example of India, I think there has been some counter evidence in recent years to suggest that even among the poorest of the people, there is actually not much of a difference in how many kids they have versus the richest. So you do find such instances of counter evidence because that is what humans are. No, like humans like to not behave like in a set way. We are not like our laws of this physics, like which is like applicable at all times and at all places. So human phenomenon is not like that. But in general, I think it would be like justified to say that the premise of this debate, it does hold good. Yeah, so that's my first point. Now coming to the second point, like I was reading about this one-child policy in China, and there many of the times how it was imposed was like if people had more than one kid, like economic fines was imposed on them because they broke the rule of having just one kid. Something similar was suggested here also, by the proponents of this forcible enforcement. Uh, so, so that could be one method. I'm not saying that I am in support of that method. So, what I'm saying is, I'm just pointing out, like historically, that this has been done. In addition to like forcible sterilization of people who have more than two kids, they were like forcibly sterilized in China. So that had happened, and along with that one, like fines too were imposed on people who had more than one kid. So there were all of these like diverse methods used to control the population. Uh, I'm not in support of any of these methods, and I would like things to be more like voluntary. So that is my general approach to this one. Now, the one point that I do wanted to make was like how this as you pointed out, Raghav, like given even in the country of China, this population density it varies drastically across regions, and that is due to very many environmental factors. The population density in the arable lands of China, that is like way more than how it is in the more unarable areas of China. So Tibet, which is also like at present within the, it is considered a region of China by the Chinese government. There, obviously, the population density is less compared to mainland China. So, like one thing that would hinder the transfer of population from these Chinese regions to Tibet would be like how it would be the environmental factors. And the second important reason I would say is like the indigenous rights of the Tibetans. I think that would be violated. Like if someone would do like a poll on whether the indigenous Tibetans would be in favor of large scale migration of people from these Chinese regions into Tibet, I think the overwhelming number of Tibetans would be opposed to that one. And if they would oppose that one, and it would be like obligated on the rest of the world to like actually respect that opinion and not insist upon and not force upon the forcible transfer of people from highly populated regions to lowly populated regions. So that would hold good for the other sparsely populated regions that is like surrounding China. So Siberia is one example of which has a large landmass but of a low population density, and forcibly not forcibly like encouraging like population transfer from here from China to Siberia. I think it would be like first of all impractical because the climate is very different as you mentioned earlier, and then like if human population like human settlement is encouraged, then I think it would result in large tracts of land, forest land being cleared, and that would just exacerbate the climate crisis. And then the people who are already residing there, the native people of Siberia, I think they should have the first right to the resources of the land. and they should get a say on like how many people they are willing to let in. So due to this interest of the indigenous people, and also to avoid exacerbating the climate crisis, I think this idea of engineering from the top down, which part of the world will take in which how much of the population, that would be undemocratic and against the fundamental rights, I believe. Yeah,
Okay.
that would be my arguments for the time being.
All right. Thanks, Samat. We have a lot of people in the line, so I request all of you to take maybe 3 minutes max, so that we can get to everybody's points of view. Yeah, Taiba, please go ahead.
I have a brief point in addition to my stance of not being for the enforcement of birth control on the poor. So I don't feel like the focus of improving society by enforcing birth control is really looking at the problem in society at its root, which is not the poor having kids when they're unable to support them. For me, that's the symptom of a flawed system. When I look at it, the root is the lack of job creation and the mismanagement of waste of resources, because there's enough resources in the world. I just wanted to add that point.
Okay. Thanks, Taiba. Naveen, please go ahead.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'd like to add certain points here. As someone said, the increase in population in poor is basically not even in India. Like, we have uneven development. Actually, we have increase in population in Bihar and Meghalaya and stuff like that. So I don't think enforcement of birth control alone will solve the problem, because there are certain other factors just contributing to this. For example, take the cases of freebies, where you know how the poor survive. Actually, the people can survive without even going to jobs in India. In certain cases, where they provide freebies, like they give 10 kgs of free rice. They give certain like in terms of elections, when election seasons are coming up, they give money to people, so they can survive a bit without even going to jobs. So people are not motivated. People are not ready to even go jobs right now. So these are certain factors which is forcing them, or which is making them to like reproduce more, because they don't have any motivation in life. They don't need a very good settle of living. So that's the main factor, I guess. Other than that, there are certain other things where the lack of physical autonomy to women. So women can't decide what they can do, whether they want to have child or not, whether they don't want to have child or not. These are things that women can't decide in India right now, because they don't have jobs. So as someone said, we basically need to empower women. We basically need to give them jobs, and we need more unskilled jobs, because these poor people are not skilled. We need more unskilled jobs where they can go for jobs without even any skill, and especially women need more unskilled jobs. We should have more self-help groups or something like that. I don't know, but we should have more gig jobs where women can contribute to the household, so that they can have some matter on their own body. They can say that I don't want to have child right now. I have to go for a job, something like that. Whenever they contribute to the family, they do have a say in the family. I think that is very much important. Other than that, I think someone has said, I like to contribute to the point where increase in population is always is good for the economy, where people will produce more scientists and stuff like that. But I think India increase in population is good. We have demographic difference, but I think it is turning into a demographic disaster. Right? We don't have enough jobs. We don't have manufacturing jobs. We only have service jobs, and we don't have enough semi-skilled jobs. And not all people can be skilled. We need more semi-skilled jobs, and India definitely doesn't have that, and India will not be able to make it happen at least for the next 10 years. So I don't think increase in population is a good thing for the economy or for the demographic dividend that we are saying right now. We need less population, and we need more manufacturing sectors, but I think that's a whole other different issue. But I don't think increase in population is that much of a very good thing. That is one thing. And another one is I have read an article where actually people still prefer male child over female for social security benefits. I think in certain sections of India, where I've read an article where they prefer a male child. For example, if their babies are born and the first three childs are female, they still want to try for a male child, because at the end of their old age, they're saying that only the male child can take care of them because the female child gets married and go to another family. That is also still happening. So there's a social stigma. So provide social security benefits for old age. If you provide social security benefits for the old age, definitely this issue will not happen because India doesn't have a proper social security benefit as of now. So I think these are the core issues that we have to address rather than just focusing on the birth control factor. Yes, birth control is true, that should be done. But as Raghav said also, I think they're not that much uneducated. They do know that there's a birth control factor there, that there can be sterilization which can be done. But still this like social stigma of having a male child and the lack of women being empowered, they don't have personal physical autonomy. These are certain things that core issues that we have to address.
Okay, thanks, Naveen. I think next is Ashwin. Go ahead, Ashwin.
Okay. As I said before, 2 children per couple maintains the population. So we are not, if I say enforcement of birth control, it doesn't necessarily mean one-child policy, like what happened in China. That is one point I need to mention. And I would like to say next point is there are clearly a mathematical model to prove that more the population, higher is the probability to produce more number of scientists. Let's say there are 10 people and one person has a very good IQ. For 20 people, if you multiply that by 2, there'll be 2 people with high IQ. And also another point to note is a higher population means better economy. The richer the country will be in terms of gross GDP. So there'll be more budget for research itself. I mean, comparing India with Israel or Europe is not good because there are vastly different countries. But if you compare India with Pakistan, India has a much better space program compared to Pakistan, given the size of its economy. And next point to note is the poor people generally do not get a working visa in foreign countries. And that is true even for India. If foreigners apply for India to work in India, they do not get a visa. So people pointed out that the enforcement of birth control, especially among poor is, I mean, we are sort of targeting only the poor here. But if you think about it, if an Indian applies for a Canadian visa, they ask you how much, what have you studied and how much money will you bring to Canada and stuff like that. So if you see it that way, I mean, poor people are not allowed to enter the country, whether it is India or foreign countries as well. So, I mean, the states are also biased in that way. And another point to make is better technology and economy does not imply that the poor will have access to resources. It does not imply. Maybe they have a better chance unless it is a socialist economy. That's all from my side.
Okay, thanks, Ashwin. Yeah, Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Raghav. I
Oh,
have
sorry,
two,
I think
three-
Nachiketa was ahead of you, I think. Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, Nachiketa, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Raghav. So, in line with what Naveen said, I actually agree to that. Like I want to contest that if there is a strong link between education and poverty, why is unemployment higher among the most educated in India? So this is something which we are actually dealing with right now. That is, many economists say that this is the golden age for India and we are going through a demographic dividend, but at the same time, we are also facing the acute problem of jobless growth. And that has to do a lot with our population. So in a way, though our fertility rates have declined, but if the absolute numbers go on increasing, because it will take a time for the absolute number to actually fall down. However, at the same time, population alone is not the problem. Population could be our weakness, but it could be our strength also. The problem with India is not just population or population among the poor, but I feel, as Naveen said, there are structural problems with our economy. That is, our economy is not able to generate enough number of semi-skilled or manufacturing jobs to employ a large pool of our population. Still, about 45% of our population is employed in agriculture, and much of it is also underemployment, which means that there is no need of more people to join in, but still they join in, and so there is a declining productivity there. And also women empowerment, if we talk about, then yes, Bangladesh has actually done this, like it has empowered the women by the self-help groups, I don't remember the name of the economist. I think Muhammad Yunus or something. India also tried to adopt the same model of self-help groups and financial and economic empowerment of women in rural areas. And I had witnessed one of those exhibitions in BKC, and I feel that we are going on the right track when it comes to that. So yeah, I agree to what Naveen had said, largely like if there is more economic empowerment of women, financial empowerment of women, they will be given more dignity, and they will be empowered to make decision over their own bodies. And if there is greater education of women, it's also more likely that they will produce more healthier and more educated children, which will again circle and help to reduce poverty. But at the same time, I would conclude by saying that I do not think that fertility and poverty are necessarily related, especially in the case of India. And I feel there are many structural problems in the Indian economy which do not have to do much with the fertility.
Okay. Thanks, Nachiketa. Yeah, Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Raghav. So, first of all, I would like to address the point brought up by Ashwin that the issue of water shortage that is currently in India, where people are standing in line. First of all, I do feel for them, but it is a government issue and not an issue that can be solely pointed out to the population. We can resort to modern processes like desalination plant. And if we are, giving so much importance to Israel in this debate, then I would also like to quote their data itself that 25% of their needs are met by these desalination plants versus the average of 1% for the whole entire world. We have seen reports coming out from WEF and other institutions showing that how these desalination plants are becoming more and more cost effective with each passing day. In India, I was not able to find the exact percentage of water needs that are fulfilled by these plants, but at the best of my knowledge, there are two desalination plants in India located in Chennai, which is like peanuts for a country as big as India. And with this huge peninsular coastline that we do luckily have, we should make use of this technology even more. Now, the point of educated versus the uneducated poor and their correlation with population, I would like to even narrow it down to educated women as standing with the point. But we need to understand why do these quote unquote uneducated poor people multiply so fast. Of course, one part of the argument is correct that more population means more hands to work, and they feel so that it poses a greater chance of social mobility due to this more number of employed people. But another main aspect is the greater infant mortality rates that these households have. This leads to the insecurity into these people. Why to only blame these uneducated people? The educated class of India also had this high fertility rate merely 50 years ago due to the same insecurity, where the average median age of India in 1960 was like 45, 46 years old, which has shot up to around 72 years in 2021. But when we talk of this forced birth controls for the poor, then we should also talk about a proper government funded, well nutritious system for the infants so that the infant mortality rate could be tackled. And I would say a basic, decent, and sanitable medical facilities available to these populations so that they can make sure that the population that they give birth to grows up to into its childhood, into its adulthood. Sorry. And regarding the point someone brought up that 5 kg food grain is given by the government, that is per person. Do we really think that it is enough for 1 month for one person to, even if we assume that they only need food grain, whether it's wheat or rice to eat, they don't need anything to supplement it with. looking at the quality of the grain, it is, I would assume it is not even good for 2 weeks consumption, because I'm sure the majority of the food is lost in the sanitation part itself. So yeah, and yeah, that's it from my side. Yeah, Raghav,
Okay,
over to you.
thanks, Prince. Yeah, Suri, please go ahead. Suri,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to find the mute, but sometimes it's a struggle. This is the topic that I have been interested in. I've been interested for a while. I don't know why. But if you look at the fertility rate of India, it has fallen below 2.1. It's now close to 2, which is below the replacement rate, which is 2.1. The reason for you cannot just go for 2 for 2 is because some people might be infertile, or some might not be able to have kids, or might not want it, might be only one of several different scenarios. So that's why the average rate comes out to be around 2.1, or some of the adults don't reach the age of where they can actually reproduce. So if you have 2 for 2, any mishap happens, the population will certainly fall. So with all of that, again, this number had been changing over time because of medical facilities and improvements and all. Right now, it's at 2.1. For India, the fertility rate stands at 2. So India is already kind of going in a zone where we will start seeing some, if the trend continues, we will start seeing decrease in the population probably over next 30, 40 years. And also population has a momentum. It's not like you change something and you'll see the effect right away. So a lot of changes in the population has been because of significant improvements in education and health. So education has basically enabled better healthcare and also the availability and consumption of it altogether. So that's why I think Prince quoted earlier, the average age has become 72 years. Infant mortality is all-time low. So with all of that, we are already going in a direction where I don't think so we are going to have as big of a population problem. If we'll try to do something restricting and all of that, we might handcuff ourselves to a situation very similar to what China had on their hands. Right now, Japan itself is suffering from low population. They're encouraging more childbirth and all of that, but they're struggling with any success. I think South Korea has 0.9 as a fertility rate. I think most of the Western Europe has around 1.3 or 1.4. US has it 1.6. Canada has something around that. So all the first world countries are significantly dependent upon migration to be able to sustain their economies in the first place. So if there is not enough population, then right now all of our economic models are sustained by continuous population growth. With that logic, and already the risk of stagnation coming up, I find it little bit challenging to consider that we have to start talking about contraceptives and all for somebody who is having kids in the first place overall. Second, I think poverty and contraceptives, or sorry, having kids was a major reason back then, when in general the education was much lower and people did not know. The implication and also cost of raising a child was much lower at one point of time, because all you had to do is feed them, get some clothes, and generally okay. Even if you could not get some of it, you could get nutritional help here and there, and people were able to survive or something. And if not, then people lost kids, and that basically enabled them to try again, so that they can have they can see their generation grow. But now the rising costs and low infant mortality rate and the education where people can see the cost of raising a kid, overall the rate has declined. And that is not just for rich or the poor. Overall rate has declined. If you will talk in absolute number in the decline, of course poor, it might be a little bit higher than the somebody who is doing a little bit better, but overall it has been declining as the education has been rising, to the point that we are risking decrease in population already. And I think last year or the year before is where we went from 2.1 to 2.0. Earlier we were at 2.2. So we were still having some momentum. So now with this direction, I am not really sure it is the best thing to talk about where we start talking about contraceptives for poor or trying to reduce population. I think it would be more to focus on education and how to sustain a society where we might definitely see a decrease in population. With the current data, I'll only take 1 more minute. With the current data, the population is basically falling in all the major countries except a few countries in Africa. So I think Niger region is specifically growing at a really rapid rate, but as the same systems like education system is improving, medical facilities are improving, infant mortality rate is low, and cost of living is increasing, and people have realized that if they do have kids, they're more likely to survive, and cost of raising one is higher, and of course the new ecosystem coming into the place is slowing down the population, or sorry, fertility rate over there as well. But it's some momentum thing. It will take few decades probably see that effect. So Nigeria probably might become third most populated country by 2070 or something like that. China would be after that. Is a possibility. China is right now 1.3. Again, this is all prediction. Nobody knows exactly what will happen. But it is expected that China might go closer to 800 million. India is also rising. They might by 2080 or 2100, they would also go back to 1.2 billion or something like that. So these are the projections that we are headed with. These are all data that is available on several publications and all. If anybody is interested, I can post some links. But this is what we are facing. So I find it a little bit challenging to talk about contraception for poor because we are facing a population challenge. It is right now. But whatever measures we put, it will affect the future, and the future is a very different situation. That's me. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Suri. Suri, please do post your sources on the Vivada channel in the WhatsApp so that we can continue the discussion over there as well, whatever based on whatever data you provide over there. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Suri. Ashwin, please go ahead.
Yeah, as I said before, better technology and economy does not imply that the poor will have resources, access to the resources, unless it is a socialist economy. Somebody was mentioning about desalination plant to have more water. The technology exists, but do you think who will provide the desalination plant? Who will provide the services? Do you think the government will do it for free? I mean, I don't think the water will be given away to the people, needy people, for free. And one more point, you must note that the technology has existed since more than a decade, but you must also take into account the efficiency of the overall country, the corruption and stuff like that. Because although the technology exists, the problem also exists. I mean, people did have a water shortage, and people will continue to have it in the years to come. And people are talking about a total fertility rate of India. It is touching 2.0, but still nobody is thinking about India in the 2050, where the projected population will be 1.7 billion people. That is 400 million more than today's population. And imagine, just simply imagine, roughly calculate how much amount of water and food will be needed. Nobody said about it. I think we should think about that as well in our discussion. That's it from my side.
Ashwin, can you repeat the thing? You said 2050 or when? At what?
2050, India's population will touch 1.7 billion.
Right.
That is 400 million, roughly 400 million more than today's population. So
Right, okay.
we will need more food and more water. And the world population will touch 9.7 or something. And most of the growth is in Asia and Africa only, not in other continents like Europe, Australia, North America, and South America. It's only in Asia and Africa. So you must consider only those regions. And other countries are not going to just accept us as visitors. Oh, you have a food problem or water problem. They're not going to simply give you visas and let you stay in Europe or America. By the way, the world works that way.
Thanks a lot, Ashwin. Yeah, I think this is a repeating point that that in terms of when the population increases, then it's going to place enormous constraint in the ability for us to feed an individual or to sustain the quality of life of an individual. I do want to bring back this notion that I mean, okay, we're kind of approaching the open debate session. We have a couple of people in the line, but I just want to quickly add that when you take a factor of the ability of an individual to sustain himself or herself based on the ability to feed themselves, or like quality of air, the quality of life, all these factors, right? Population, the rate of the absolute population is not the only factor. We also have factors like the rate of efficiency of utilization of resources, and the availability of resources, and the rate of production of those resources. All these things matter in affecting that one factor. So I think when we advocate for like population control, using this as an excuse, like we have 25 years left to the target of 2050. There are so many things that can happen in these 25 years, which can increase the rate of efficiency of use of resources, the rate of production of resources, and all these other things. Because technology is a very exponentially, it can make things possible in a way that is like less imaginable. As we approach further down the line, it'll be easier for us to produce things. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm speculating. I'm not saying that it will be. I'm just saying that it can be. So it is worth exploring those avenues besides just looking at population control. I think we can have like a distribution of effort in all of these strategies. It's not like we have to achieve it only through population control. Obviously, it can help, but also it can help in investing in these alternate avenues to make it easier, instead of like having it all put in one strategy. With that said, like I do want to. I think Suri, you already gone, right? I think next is Sandeep and Samath. Okay, so Sandeep, please go ahead.
Yeah, so historically, population control has never resulted in a long-term success of any country. If you can just take a look at the statistics that a lot of people have mentioned, a lot of countries, why they are in upside down pyramid population age curve. And no country has been able to find that after 50 years or to 60 years, what happens because of the policies that we today. They are not simply able to predict the results. What will be the ultimate consequences of what happens after 25, 30, or 50 years. So similarly today, that what we have, whatever the policies that we would make, either it could be poor or rich or whoever it is, when it comes to birth control, it is not probably, it doesn't mean that it's not going to end well, but it is noteworthy that look at our history and it has never been gone well for any country or even for the entire population. And someone has also mentioned that yes, the replacement rate is fallen below 2, which is for a couple, the replacement rate is less than 2. That means if this continues, mathematically, there will be no humans left on in India, because the replacement is less than the people who are dying, right? So usually it is considered as the replacement rate should be more than the death rate. So which is not in most of the countries which are trying to be economically powerful. And there is another factor, geography, right? There are not many countries which can sustain that kind of a population. And fortunately, India is one of those countries which has a geography to sustain 1 or 2 billion of population. And even if you consider the worldwide production of food, the worldwide production of food is more than, it can actually feed 11 billion people, 10 to 11 billion people. And currently we only have 7 or 8 billion people, right? So our production for our current technologies is actually able to feed more than the people who exist right now. So it's a matter of fact that how efficiently we try to manage it. As Raghav actually mentioned, the technology, right? That yes, the technology will improve, and there is a very high hope that technology, because of the technology, the increase in population, or like, let's say if there is a sweet spot, let's say 10 billion or 20 billion, whatever the sweet spot it is, we can sustain that kind of numbers sustainably for a very long time, provided we do work towards efficient management of resources. And somebody have also mentioned that desalination. Yes, desalination is a very tempting technology to put forward, but probably not for India, because India is a country.
Sandeep, you're on mute. Sorry.
Yeah. Was I mute for a long time?
No. Just a couple of seconds ago.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah. I was saying, yeah. So it comes down to the fact that how well we are using those resources in India, because as you can see, the more and more floods are coming out, and the city management and the municipality management is not so good that we are able to sustain that kind of water requirement that we have. There are many examples, even in Bangalore or Hyderabad. There are many societies, a lot of communal people who have achieved their own sustainability, the water sustainability that they have, while the rest of the city is looking out for water, scorching out down there. They are very happy with their own sustainable practices. So when the policies come out, when it comes to the resource management, we are very poor at managing resources because the efficiency is very, very low. So that is the reason why the increase in population is very scary. As long as the technology is booming, as long as the technology is able to support it, I don't think that increase in population will be any problem. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandeep. Yeah, I think we can move on to the open session. Samat, you've been raising your hand for a while. So Samat, please go ahead, and then Saju can go ahead. And after that, we can have an open session where anybody can butt in. So yeah, Samat, go ahead, please.
Yes, I will just make one point. We've heard a lot about how the total fertility rate in China, that is decreasing. For sure, it is decreasing. And I think it is now below the replacement rate of 2. And India is also on the trajectory of the same thing. But still, the problem of the population in absolute numbers, that is definitely a problem, like Ashwin pointed out. So I've just shared an image in the chat. Like what it shows is the number of people living in India, China, and Indonesia. The number of people living in these 3 countries, it is more than the number of people living in the rest of the world. So, so just this fact, it should give us an idea that the absolute number of people in these 3 countries and in the world in general, it is quite large. And the current trend of the fertility rate being it approaching the replacement level, or even at times dropping below that one, it is not a huge problem that it is made out to be, in my opinion, because the usual rationale that is given justifying a fear in this change is like how in the near future one working age person will have to support 2 older age people. Yes, that is for sure, that will happen if the fertility rate decreases below the replacement level. But then you must look at the longer term. You must look at it in the perspective of 100 or 200 years. If you look at it within that time frame, all of the hardships that will be faced, like one person supporting 2 older people, that will be limited to 1 generation, all of those hardships. But in the longer term, like the earth could do with the lesser absolute population, and especially India and China could absolutely do with lesser absolute population. And you can just see how the world would be so better off with the lesser absolute population by just looking around in the city that you live in. I imagine all of us, we live in urban areas, all of the people who attended this debate. And I for myself can say that in Bangalore, my city would be very well off, the city that I live in, if like 50 lakh people would live here instead of 1 crore people, or even better, 10 lakh people would live here instead of 50 lakh people. So all of the problems would shrink by 10 times. I would say all of the problems related to pollution and the traffic and the congestion, all of these problems would be reduced by number of order of 10. But then the advantages that would be, but nothing would be lost. All of these problems would be gained, but nothing would be lost, because there is no like cultural heritage that is going to be lost. Like even if many of the residential areas in Bangalore become depopulated due to the shrinking of this population by 10 somehow, nothing would be lost, because one residential area or one commercial area, it is indistinguishable from the other. there is no like a distinct cultural contribution that is generated by this increase in the population. So all of our like cultural heritage, it can be sustained with lesser population, whereas all the problems, it's gonna shrink. And then the problem of the inefficiency in the inefficiency in the use of resources, well, that would be less of a problem, because like even if we maintain the current rate of efficiency of utilization of resources, which is quite low, I would assume, but then that would be less of a problem if there would be lesser number of people consuming those resources. So even the problem of inefficiency, that would be a lesser problem. So that is the general point that I would like to make.
Yeah,
Thank you.
somewhat small point of contention, what you're saying. Okay, so you say that nothing is lost. I would disagree with that. With a greater population, right, what happens is that there is a greater competition as well. And that competition is something that incentivizes excellence. Like when you have a larger number of people, the fact that you succeed if you do your absolute best, it becomes a very, very unavoidable reality, and that actually promotes excellence in a certain sense. So I would not say that nothing is lost. It is going to change a few things. It is going to like increase people's motivation to like excel and like get out of that situation that they're in, because like that is an inevitable consequence of hardship. Of course, having a higher population is going to increase the hardship, but that also has this small side effect that happens. So yeah, just to contend on the point of like nothing is lost, but I agree with the rest of the things that you're saying. Yeah, and I think Sanju is next.
Several fallacious arguments, I will quickly point them out. Number one, more population means more competition, which also means that less populations means less competition, which is incorrect, completely false. Number two is the contention that poverty creates more population. That is also false. It is exactly because of some other factors which we have not even considered. Number three is most fallacious argument. We are not interrupting each other, right?
No, wait. Let me just add a small point. See, when you're saying things like that, when you're making a claim, it would be good to also justify the claim rather than just saying it's false.
Yeah, because I don't know where you get where the argument is that less population means less competition and less progress, less discovery.
So Sanju, when anybody
are we doing one-to-one now in the debate, or can I proceed?
No, Sanju, I think I'm just trying to help you out here. I'm not talking specifically about the point here, but it would be helpful. Like when you're making a claim in general, try to substantiate it. Yeah. So if somebody's trying to counter it, they can counter that claim with the data. When you're just saying that, okay, this is false, that is not debate, that is a statement. And that makes it a little bit challenging. I think that's what Raghav is trying to say. So whatever you're saying is completely true. Please continue saying that. Please add some information to it so that we understand why you are saying that.
Your rationale for why you're saying it.
Yeah, for example, so for example, the contention that less population means less competition, right? That is the contention here. And I believe that is what
Now, I was looking for specifically the second point you made regarding the lack of relationship between poverty and fertility, because I posted several sources for that specifically.
No, I agree. No, I read your sources. It is not that it is unrelated. It is related. Poverty is related, but the exact cause is not very clearly brought out.
It was. Right? I want you to
go
and read it further.
Let me give an example.
Raghav, why don't we hear him? Like let's hear him. Let him.
So there was a study done by the BBC around after post-independence era in Kerala, in southern state of Kerala of India, wherein there was a population explosion, and they did a study that how they were able to control it. So the Kerala government in those days and the central government in those days ran a program of providing condom and things like that to the population. And of education, grassroots level education. And hence, over a period of time, the population in Kerala has decreased. And they have become, not decreased, I would say, the fertility rate has been controlled, right? And they have become more, that was because of more education and providing more information to the families. Otherwise, the families in Kerala during the independence era had at least the siblings were running to 6, 7, 8 numbers. Like each family had 6, 7, 8 kids. And compounding to that fact is around independence, the average rate of average lifespan of a person in India was around 45 years. That is, people would die at 45 age. It's unbelievable, right? So there are several factors. The poverty is an overarching attribute, and just to bucket everything into poverty, saying let us attack that root cause, and then not handle the actual reasons why why people have more children. That is the problem, right? And I have not yet even gone into the definition of quote unquote more children, right? We are still not clear what that is. There are several points like that in the whole debate which I've seen were very fallacious.
Okay.
I would like to move into the section of one-to-one debate, and then we'll take this.
There is no one-to-one session. It's an unmoderated session where everybody can participate. See, the thing is that when you say things like poverty is not related, it is actually one of the factors. I'm not saying that that's the only factor. I think you misunderstood to mean that poverty is the only cause of higher number of children or something like that. And also for the definition of what higher number of children is, see, when you take a population average, 2 is the average number. Anything more than that is a higher number. Okay, the population number of average number of children as measured against economic income, let's say, that is higher for people with lower income. You can see the sources that I put up. So these things are like clearly defined in the sources that I provided.
Can you please explain what that is meant? I could not understand that.
See, did you read the paper that I posted? It was a scientific paper. It's not even an
I
article.
read the paper.
Yeah.
I see the paper. What do you mean? I read the
by
paper.
What do I mean by what?
What do you mean by a higher fertility rate in the poverty, in the areas where there is poverty?
Let's take 2 factors. Okay, one factor is the number of children per family, and the other variable is the income per family. That for that family, the total income per family. These are 2 numbers. What we are saying is that there is a certain relationship where the lower the income, the higher the number of children. This is a very simple statement. Are you getting it?
It is not only simple, it is very reductive, right? It is directly correlating the cause to the effect, which is unfortunately not correct.
What is your basis for saying that it's not correct?
Because you are relating the cause.
That is how data works. You have to correlate cause and effect. That is how data works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, see, if you are saying that the set of people who are poor, it is observed that the set of people who are poor are having large number of population, then you are trying to also conclude large number of children. Then you are also trying to conclude the other way. That is, wherever there is poverty, it will cause higher number of children, which is incorrect.
It doesn't imply that. The data says that is what existed. It doesn't mean that will apply to everywhere else. Data doesn't predict what is.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Implication and correlation are different things. Implication means if A happens, B will happen. Correlation means there is a good chance it will happen.
Observed, it is an observed correlation.
Yeah, but
right,
here
so
we are
concluding. I agree with your hypothesis, but I don't see. I also agree with what Raghav has presented. Like, let's say I have to counter the same thing. Like, let's say Raghav is saying that, so that correlation is true, and I think what you're trying to get at is probably this is my thought process here. Please correct me if I'm going in the other direction. It's like when people are poor in general, the poverty is a little bit related to illiteracy and all of that. At least it is the momentum. Over time, this will resolve. So it also raises the cause of limitations in terms of access to the resources. And when we have access to these resources, it kind of helps with the infant mortality rate, better education and challenges with raising the kids or higher costs, they start facing it a little bit more, and that leads to the improvement. So the affluent people or people with the higher income, they have hit that point earlier than what some of the people in the poverty would be feeling, right? But everybody will face it, like whether they are poor or no, or whether they remain poor or no, over time they would feel it. It's just that they're feeling it a little bit earlier. So if you do, instead of univariate, a multivariate analysis, that aspect will come up. But if we are not doing
Yeah.
that, if you're just looking at unilaterally, what Raghav is saying is true. So if you have to counter it, you will have to bring in that information with that context. I think that is why there is a contention. We are talking about two different points here. One, what Raghav is saying is like, he made a statement and he provided data, and you are saying that, okay, that statement might not be true because of like, what Raghav might be trying to do is univariate analysis, and you're proposing a multivariate analysis. But in that case, you will have to substantiate that with certain information which kind of justifies your claim. I think that is the challenge that people
correct.
are struggling a little bit. I hope
Actually,
Correct. I
it's
agree
not
with
even-
you. I have not given the data. I agree with you. Okay, but how is it valid that you have correlation and then you direct jump into cause analysis, right?
No,
How
we-
can you say that poverty always
Okay,
causes
let's-
larger population?
No, let's actually correct the statement that I made. I was not making an analysis or a conclusion or a cause effect relationship. I was just making a statement about the observed reality. Okay, there's evidence that this is the observed thing, and actually the paper that I quoted, right, it actually goes into the reasons why this is the case. Okay, so I'm not saying that it is an absolute fact that poverty, it's not like a biological thing that as a measure of income, your fertility levels, your hormones are going to increase or something like that. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so I think maybe there's a misunderstanding on your part that as to what I meant when I said that there is a correlation. There's an observed correlation, of course, but it does not lead to any kind of cause and effect kind of relationship. That was something that maybe you assumed from what we were talking
No,
about.
that is what we are discussing so far, right? What is the intent of this debate? You see the title.
Okay, so
It is
there is kind
obvious
of a
from it.
cause effect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Prince,
there
I
is
think
a
It is
kind of
obvious.
cause.
Prince, okay, yeah,
Ah.
Prince was trying to talk to. Yeah, go ahead, Prince.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Prince.
there
Yeah,
is
sorry.
kind of a cause effect relation, because if we look at poverty, then it comes with a lot of issues, that there is not enough resources. When we talk of people who are not even able to give basic health resources to their children, and I guess Suri also talked about it, the insecurity that it brings in them, and then they just imagine that, okay, if I produce 10 children, then at least 5 would kind of grow up into their adulthood. That is not the issue with ourselves, all of us present in this meeting. Let's say if any of our children is ill, even if it takes 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs for their treatment, we can throw money at that problem. But when we are talking about people who are not even able to gather the resources to cure malaria, which is like 10 to 15,000, that costs 10 to 15,000, then they amount to a different strategy that, okay, we'll have 10 children, 5 of them may die of illness or other issues, infant mortality rate and 10 other things, but we'll have 5. We wanted to have 5 children, now we have 5.
Yeah, healthcare comes secondary. Food is primary. When you cannot even feed your child.
Exactly,
Uh,
food and healthcare, all of those issues.
Yeah, food is
Actually,
primary.
I
See,
wanna.
the second part of the debate, large number of children, that is not yet defined. So who will define?
No, I already defined that. Like I told you that the normal rate of population is normal rate of like having children is 2 per population for especially for India. We talked about this several times, and I think somebody also brought in the exact decimal point of the fertility of the average fertility. So if you measure the fertility of the lower economic classes, the number is higher. That is literally what it means to have like higher number of children per family as a measure of your economic status. I don't understand what is so confusing about this.
No,
I guess
so is the number 2 large or is the number 3 large?
It is
When you say
higher.
large number
It
of
is
children.
higher.
When
No,
we talk
I'm
of
not
So
very
our
aware of.
replacement rate is
You are not very.
2.1 for Indian situation and overall the world, the health situation that we have. So if everybody on an average has 2.1 children, we would most likely maintain the population. So if
Yeah, so
so
it is
I think based
obvious
on
that 2 is not the number.
Right. So I think what Raghav is saying is, like, if you plot, I think that is something that specifically he said, I'm sort of repeating and quoting Raghav here, that if you plot the graph with the income and their fertility rate, like how many kids per woman is actually born, that is what the fertility rate is by definition. So in that case, you will see that as the income increases, the number of kids per woman decreases. I think that's what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
exactly.
That may be
So-
true, but what is the
That is
number we are
true.
talking about?
Okay, sorry. Sorry, Saju, if I may oversimplify things. There is a mummy and papa. There are two people in a family and they have children. Now, considering at a
Prince, we lost you again, man.
Prince, your voice is gone.
Actually, I want to maybe mention one more thing. If you look at like biological organisms and the rate of reproduction on those organisms, right? It has a high correlation with the rate of success, because for every species, if you look at a species level, right, the number of offspring that they have. For example, an octopus lays like 3,000 eggs or something, and versus for example, a bird will only lay 2 or 3 eggs. The odds of success of that offspring has a huge effect on the number of offspring that species generates. It is something similar. I'm not saying.
Raghav,
Okay,
this
let
is
me
going
conclude.
into-
Let me conclude, and then you can butt in. So, in terms of for example, what do you consider as like a rate of success for a human being? Because for a human being, it's not just a survival that is successful. It is also the possibility that this child will grow up and then they will be able to support the family, and they will be able to enhance the quality of the family by itself. That is a very low measure in terms of poor people, because like poor people, they cannot afford to raise their children with a high standard of living, so that like they will for sure get into a state of living where they can earn well, and then they can they can give back to the family. Because the probability is so low, they increase the odds by raising more children, and that is also like a psychological factor. I'm not saying that they're all calculating it like that, but if they have 5 children, at least one of them is earning really well, then the entire family can be sustained. So that also plays into the rationale behind why this is the case, that poor people tend to have more children. They try to increase the odds of success of their economic security.
Raghav, we are still not defined what is the quote unquote more children means. So now
I don't
know.
I don't understand why you think
More than
that-
two. More
Yeah,
than
more
two.
than 2 is
More
than.
than 2.1 on
you
an
have to
average
say like
is.
that, nah.
I've been
You have
telling
to
you
say it is
several
more
times.
than 2.
I told you like
No.
maybe
Saju,
4
I am
times.
explicitly saying it's 2.1, more than 2.1 on an average.
It is
You cannot say
2.1.
2.
It is not more than 2. More than 2 means 3.
how can you have
It is
0.1
Dude,
children?
more than 2 means
That's what I'm saying, on an
2.000001 is
average.
also more than 2. Okay.
Okay, let's clear this
Yeah.
up. Let's clear this up. This is, at a population level, they do measure it in decimal points. Okay, at an individual level, obviously there is no 1.1 children, there 0.1 child. So anything more than two children, let's approximate to 2. Anything more than 2 is more. Okay, so I don't understand why you're bringing this up again and again.
Okay. Stop there. So what do you mean it's more? How did you decide that?
It is more
So,
than the average.
Replacement
Raghav,
level.
if
We
I
spoke
may-
about replacement
The
level.
Are
replacement
you
rate.
saying?
Right.
Are you seriously
Raghav, could you
saying
quote
that
the
as a
numbers from-
population we must have replacement level children? Are you seriously saying that?
If we have lesser than replacement level, then the population goes down and the world will be better because there'll be less pollution, more resources. That's what I said. If you want to maintain the same population, then each couple must have 2
So-
children. But the
Right. So
problem
what
right
is
now
our
is
intention here?
the population is about to grow, and as I mentioned in the statistics, I mean the population is about to grow, and India there will be 1.7 billion people. That's what I said.
No,
And
but-
in Africa, it's
Correct.
a much worse
I
problem.
understood that. But why did you arrive on the figure 2 is the correct figure?
That is the mathematical calculation, man. Let's say there is a father and mother.
because-
Yeah.
They'll have 2 children. And then when the father and mother dies, the children become the
how
parent.
how can you decide like that? Suppose China attacks it tomorrow and puts a nuclear bomb on
That
us
is
in
that is
Bangalore.
different,
That's
man.
why
You can't bring.
0.1.
That's why
No,
2.1. There
that-
are accidents. There is people die of diseases. That's why they say 2.1.
Right. So why can't it be 2.2? Because if suppose there is a war tomorrow, who will go and fight on
So-
the border?
Those
So,
things are
So-
not
Sanjay,
considered in
I'd
normal
like to
scenario.
I think
take that question.
you're kind of like uneducated on how these like mathematical calculations are made. They're made on the
I am,
assumption.
see, Raghav, I perfectly know what is the meaning of 2.1. I know nobody can produce 2.1 children. Please
Listen.
don't
Listen.
tell me that way.
See,
Sajju,
I am,
this
I
is-
am
So
seriously,
meteorite
I am
gets
saying that.
Okay.
Saju, please stop interrupting. We're trying to like help you understand, because like the points you're making betrays a certain lack of understanding of how these measures are made and how they're predicted. They made an assumption that everything else is constant. Tomorrow, like, the entire planet will be blasted out of the space. We don't
Exactly.
click into those things. Okay, understand the rationales of these conversations. First of all, don't bring in some hypothetical, nonsensical situation and then expect to have a logical conversation about it.
Are you done?
Yes,
Shall I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. See, if you want to talk about max, then every person who is dying, there should be one replacement. The problem is we are living in a society and the debate is about the society. We are not talking max. If you say a population of poverty, the data is saying that 2.1 children, it does mean that it is not 3. It means that many people in the society produce more than 2 kids, but that number itself is small. So if let's say if we take Dharavi or Bombay or a certain area where there's a lot of poor people staying there, and if you measure the number of people, everybody who is equally poor are not having equally large number of children. There are many people who have less than 3 kids. They have consciously chosen to have less than 3 kids. That's because we have interventions in place, and because everybody knows the importance of having 2 kids. They are educated people. That is what is crucial here. It is not about poverty. It is about education and about information.
But there is a correlation
Right.
between poverty and education.
That I don't disagree, but it is not causal.
It's not what?
It is not causal. It doesn't mean that poverty always causes higher population.
No, causal.
Right.
It's correlated, means that there is probability increases with the height.
For example, India is a poor country, right? And in India, there is a lot of population. Most of the people are poor, right?
No.
Even if all of them, no, listen to me. Even if all of them have 2 kids, it will still prove your theory right, that poverty causes more population, because even though you have 2 kids, they have more number rather than the rich people, right? And your graph will come out right. So sometimes you have to think beyond max.
No, you have to do it right. Okay, so if you take India as a country, there is a internal diversity of those numbers. There's an internal variation. You're taking a community too large. Your locus of focus should be like very small, focused. If you then apply proper mathematics, you will get logical conclusions. You're not framing the question properly.
Now you are wading into the territory of statistical analysis, right? In statistical analysis, I can say that there is no number too large. People always want a large population for sample population, right? If you want to discuss on those things,
Right,
I will tell you from the
let's
very
take a
beginning.
different turn to this. What you're saying is, like, if everybody has exactly 2 kids, right, rich or poor, so in that case also poor would go ahead, then everybody would be at the same, because the fertility rate is calculated based on like number of kids you have, like number of kids per woman. So if the number of women, like, if you're averaging it out, it doesn't matter whether poor women are 100 and like rich are 10. It doesn't really matter. It will average it out. So if everybody has 2, the fertility rate will come at 2. So the question here is, I think Raghav, probably you can quote the specific numbers. If somebody has below certain income, what was the fertility rate, versus if they had above it, what was the fertility rate? So observed perspective, that is what it is. Right, so it's per woman. It's not about like how large the poor population is or how rich. I think that is what Raghav is also trying to say. I think
But he's saying a correlation.
Different problems.
Yeah, he's talking about a correlation, right? But the debate is about causal in nature.
Not necessarily. Who told you that?
No, that is there in the title, right?
What is there in the title? What is causal about it?
You check the title. You are saying that should we have population control on and allow, what is that, to have less
First of
number
all,
of children for.
you don't know the title. Why are you making such a
Please,
statement?
I
I
said
don't
especially.
remember the title,
Especially
sir.
means
Okay,
Saju, I was the one who
read
gave the
out.
title.
I'll read out this title. Okay, as it is, like verbatim.
Mhm.
Enforcement of birth control, especially among the poor, can lead to a better society / world. Agree or disagree? This is the title. Where
Yeah,
is the causality
enforcement of
implied in
birth
this?
control. Yeah,
Where is
yeah.
the causality implied here?
Enforcement of. That is the causality, right? You are implying causality to be if you don't have birth control among the poor people, then the society will worsen.
First of all,
That is the causality.
First of all, that is, you're not even reading the statement properly. We're not saying that enforcement of birth control on the poor, especially among the poor, can lead to a better society. It means that we're applying the birth control principle to everybody, but with special emphasis to the poor, so that we can reach a better society. That is a statement. It's not a fact that we are projecting. That is a statement that we are arguing about. Where is the causality here?
No, the causality is there. Now, the causality, what you are saying is the larger number of population among the poor leads to degradation in society.
You're assuming
that
all
is
these
what-
things.
That is exactly there in the title, right?
Saju, a large
No,
population
Saju, that's an
itself will
assumption.
degrade the planet. Large population by itself will degrade the planet. That is number one. And number two
Hmm.
is we are talking especially among the poor, because when a poor person cannot feed himself, how can he feed his child? Right? So especially it has more emphasis on the poor. A rich person, if Ambani has 10 children, he can feed all of the 10 children. But if a poor person is on the street, he cannot feed himself, he cannot feed the 10 children as well. So especially comes for the poor.
Yeah.
So that is causality, right? That is, if you have less
Okay,
number
first of all,
poor,
do you understand what causality means?
it means that if there is a certain number of poor people in the world or in a country, it leads to degradation of the society.
that is not
That is not what causality means.
That's
Okay.
multiple jumps, Saju. Like, I think we
Yeah.
have to go step by step.
I think you're
That's
making
multiple
way too
jumps.
many assumptions, and then you're just like going off of it.
Okay, then I think we are all.
Saju, what is your aim? Believe me, what do you want in this world? Do you want the number of people to be more or less, or what do you want? Do you want the number of poor people to be more or less, or what do you want? You tell us your aim. That is better.
Yeah.
See, I firstly don't know what is the correct figure in the number in India. What should be the figure, right? For
Figure of
example,
what?
somebody said people are there in Bangalore. If they become 1/10 of that Bangalore current population, everything will be good. And I think somebody made that argument.
Not everything will be good. He said things will be better. He never said everything will be good.
So things will be better. That's what he said. But then that is also vague. What do you mean by better? For example, in Corona, the number of people in Bangalore became 110. There was no businesses. All the businesses had shut down. People were not having income.
Okay, if there are 1/10 number of people in Bangalore, you will have more drinking more groundwater, because fewer people will use groundwater, and there'll be less pollution.
Yeah, but that is about density, right? Because all these 10 lakh people are staying in Bangalore. So that may be the limit for any city.
We are taking only Bangalore now. In this argument, we are taking only Bangalore now. I don't know.
There is so you have to arrive at a figure for the whole of India, right? Everybody is staying in Bangalore. If entire Indian population comes and stays in Bangalore, you are right.
You're not understanding the point, man. I don't know what to say.
I think, Saju, I wanna make a broad statement here. I mean, from observing whatever you've done the past few times, is that every time you come in, you disagree vehemently about like something that somebody else says, but you never make a claim of your own or provide justification for your own statements. And that's not really, like proper etiquette, I would say. Like in a debate, you have to come in with your claims, justify your claims, and then you bring counter evidence to something that somebody else says. Anything that you say, like you're not justifying it, and you just want to attack vehemently and then like passionately disagree with things without justifying it. That's not okay.
I asked him his aim. What is your aim? Do you want should there be more number of people in India or less number of people with respect to the current population? Do you want more number of poor people or less number of poor people with respect to current population? Come up with those numbers, no, Saju? What is
No,
your aim?
when you say that is what I'm trying to say, ask you, right? When you say more number of people, I would definitely love to have less number of people in entire India. That's correct.
How do you do that then?
No, but why did you assume that having this many number of people is a problem in India? That is what you are trying to say, right?
Based on simple observation, based on number of people suffering out there because of lack of water and stuff like that, the amount of pollution, ozone layer depletion. I gave you many points, right? Lack of food, and stuff
But
like that.
those things are not related to absolutely not related to population as a cause, right?
Let's leave all the claims out, everybody else's claims out. What is the outcome that you're looking for? So I heard you
What
say
is your
that
claim?
I heard you say that
See,
you are looking for lower population. Just let me complete first, then you can probably answer that question. I would really appreciate it. I'll not take more than a minute or so. First question would be like, what is your aim? So I heard you say that you are looking for lower population. Okay. So probably that is your claim. The next question would be, why are you looking for it? And if why that you are suggesting makes sense, how would you achieve it? If you can help us understand that bit, I think it will get everybody on the same page of where you're coming from. I think right now they're struggling to understand your platform and your motive behind that platform. I think that being unclear is making it a little bit challenging. Could you
okay,
just try
let me
to answer that,
clarify.
leaving everything else out? Don't talk
Yeah.
about any other claims that anybody has made. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me put my claim forward. It is not exactly about the population that is the cause of all the problems that we have in India. That is my claim. It is not that we have a large number, our population is big. I agree. It does cause problems, but it is not exactly because of the large population that we have all these problems in India. We have a population increase in a place called Bangalore, where there is a congestion of people. It is possible that a place like Bangalore can be decongested and have more people living in and around Bangalore. That is also possible. But my claim here is the large number of population is being directly equated to the problems in India, which is not true. The problems in India are man-made, and it is because of poor, uneducated leadership. That is my claim.
Okay. How do we fix it? That would be the last question.
So we need to have proper people in leadership who understand how to solve problems, and we have to have a population which is educated and will choose that proper leadership. That is the solution to the problem.
So you are saying that there is no relationship between the challenges faced in India as a factor of the population. Population is irrelevant.
I did not say that.
That's what you're
Of
saying.
course, the population is a problem, but
Then list out everything.
I mean,
Please list out everything.
When you say population is a problem, you're contradicting your statement. You're saying that population is not a factor. Poor leadership is the problem. Now you're saying that population is a factor.
It is a factor, but it is not the only factor. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Of course, nobody claimed that that's the only factor in anything.
Right.
But it is not even, I would go on to claim that this is not even a major factor, the number of population. The factors are something else.
Right. Sanju, I think
you're diverting the focus of the debate topic. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sanju, this is what I understood from what you're saying. So you're saying that population is higher. That is a problem. But I don't think so. We should try to solve it by reducing the population by any means. We should focus on getting a better governance, and that will help us the societal challenges that we might be facing. I think, is that your stand?
Yeah, exactly. That is my stand. For once, I like the words you speak. Yeah. And I think you spoke my mind.
Oh, sorry. I thought we sometimes do intend some similar things. I'm surprised you're saying that for once only I'm speaking your mind. Okay. Anyways, I think Raghav, I think Sanju is probably making a specific claim, but he is not able to substantiate in the way that he wanted to. But I hope that makes it a little bit clearer.
No, I'm actually like, the fact that we have struggled so far to get to a very simple claim that is not even contentious, that all of us probably agree on. None of us are sitting here saying that that population is the only thing that India needs to fix. Nobody's saying that, man. So I don't know why you are so vehemently disagreeing with everybody's points on everything, and then you fail to substantiate it. We could have started with this. You could have started with this very simple deduction that, okay, I believe that population is not such a huge factor. as what we're making it. But the fact is that the whole topic of the debate centers around population. So even though it is not such a big factor, we are now discussing how can we ameliorate the effect of it and what can we do about it. So there has been a lot of unproductive, engagement in this. So I just wanted to bring the focus on that. Now let's go back to the topic. Let's because there are other things that are more pertinent regarding this topic which we can discuss. So I do want to let others engage with this.
Is this an open session now?
Yeah. It's an open session. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Till now, we have spoken only from a selfish human perspective. But if you look at the whole world and even India, as I said, how many species of animals exist? Maybe let's say large species of animal exists, and how much space do they occupy on this planet? I mean, in their natural habitat. Don't you think that, let's say there are 1.3 billion people in India, and count the number of elephants and deers and stuff like that, and they hardly occupy a small percentage of wildlife sanctuaries on this planet. So don't you think that the population has to go down by some tenfolds to give them fair, to make the world fair for other species as well? Nobody thought from this perspective. People are only thinking from a human perspective, right?
I agree with you.
I really
Ashwin,
like
but
that. Sorry,
yeah.
go ahead. I have a lovely claim to make. I would like to go after this.
Okay. So we talk about this, but we are only, concerned about when we talk of this claim, we are only talking with a microscopic view on India. And I guess everyone agrees that normally Greenlands and plains like India and the Gangetic plains or the Kaveri plains, they are usually more fertile and usually have a higher population density than, let's say, Siberia or the northern parts of Russia, the Antarctica region. That area is completely inhabited by the fauna of that region. We can't say that, okay, humans are like, there are like 10 to 20 humans in that area, and we are not, using any land area of that region. So, of course, a country like India will have a higher density of humans as compared to the fauna. And when we talk of areas like Siberia, Arctic Circle, or the Antarctica, there it's completely reversed. Yeah, I guess Suri, you wanted to say something. Sorry.
No, nobody countered my point. My point was other animal species. They occupy a very small percentage of land in their natural habitat. Humans over thousands of years, maybe 1,000 years, they are dominant, and they have occupied more than 90% of the green pastures. So we should give others also a chance. So that is also one of the reasons why we should reduce population, I would say, to an extent of tenfolds.
So, Suri, I want to ask you, what do you, for example, right? Let's say that we dedicate specific spaces for various habitats for various kinds of species, and we take over the remaining space to expand human population. Why would that be, contradicting those agendas? We can have both happen.
You are asking me or Ashwin?
I think whoever made the point just now. So I think Suri made the point, right?
Ashwin made the point. I had a different angle to that same point. So I think probably Ashwin, you can answer that, and I can go after you.
What is your point? Can you please repeat, Raghav?
So I was saying that maybe there is not sufficient, rationale to say that human population is causing the loss of habitat, because that is not the only factor. There are other things like uncontrolled human population, I would say, the indirect effects of that are actually causing that loss of habitat and things like that. For
that's example, that's humans itself, right? Actions of humans. Uncontrolled human population is action of human itself.
Yeah, but controlling the population does not ameliorate that point, right? We can still have a control of human population and then have uncontrolled human deforestation happen. Why does it need a growth of human population to lead to uncontrolled destruction of other habitats?
No, so okay, let's say there are 1.7 billion people living in India. Let's say fertile regions like Kerala are also inhabited by humans. And if there are fewer people living there, there would be naturally more animals living there. They will occupy the green zones, right? If humans move away, then that would be, the wildlife would take over that region.
Yeah, but you're talking about a very uncontrolled space. Like the thing about human beings is that we are capable of engineering and controlling things. So what I'm saying is, instead of having population is an indirect result of habitat destruction for sure. But if we manage to expand further the interests of human interests, while also ensuring that we have control over the habitat and all these things can coexist, is what I'm saying. We don't need the compromise on the agendas of either to sustain the other. You can have both, is what I'm saying.
You can't have both in the same region. Let's say you can't have a house and a tiger living next to your house.
Same region, sure. But why does it have to be same region?
No, I'm saying, so what my point is, you should give, humans should give up entire regions and it should be replaced by wildlife.
I think
the numbers are subjective here.
Suggestion. You guys are making similar suggestion. I think what you are saying is leave certain areas. Raghav is saying let's figure out a few areas where humans will basically prosper and expand, and we will leave sanctuaries or something that.
I'm not saying humans should completely vanish or something like that, but it's the numbers are subjective. Do you want 50% of India to be a wildlife sanctuary, or do you want to be 10% of it to be a wildlife sanctuary and 90% humans? I mean, the numbers are subjective, but
not necessarily. We can quantitatively get there. If you plan it well, right? See, I think the bottom line for this whole entire debate is that I think people are advocating for foresight-driven, engineered future where we can optimize for all of the human goals without having detrimental impacts as a measure of our population. This is the overarching.
Can you think of whatever you said in a wildlife sanctuary?
Right. So let's if you want to plan that out, right? Basically, what you would do is that you would first of all catalog all the species that you have, and you will catalog all the different habitats requirements that they have, and you would then take up all the resources that we have, in terms of the land area and the existing habitat, because to engineer a habitat to be habitable, to engineer a region to be habitable for exotic species, for example, polar bear to come and stay in Rajasthan is very expensive. So we have to take into factor the existing ecosystem and how distant it is from being ideal to another ecosystem. And also there are multiple variables in between. For example, if you were to make a place habitable for tigers, right, you have to also have a prey in right proportions. So then these things will kind of in a larger context, these things will balance out itself, because nature by itself has these controlling mechanisms.
Exactly.
All we have to do is that we have to make sure that there is a sustainable ecosystem, there is a land area for sustainable ecosystem for all these things to happen, and then we can take the other portion. Now the figure of whether it is 90% versus 10% or whether it is 60 to 40%, these things we have to do proper analysis on. I mean, we can't just come with a random arbitrary number.
It's also subjective. Wait, Raghav, first of all, I never said that a polar, there is disturbance. Somebody is unmuted.
I think
Sorry. Okay. Now, first of all, Raghav, I said I am talking about natural habitat. I wasn't talking about a polar bear coming and living in Rajasthan. I never said that.
No, I was.
No. Okay. No. Anyway.
I think he's giving an extreme example to show what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that.
Okay. So far, based on what I've understood about nature, if human, let's say, simply vacate a relatively green piece of land, let's say Bangalore is vacated, then Bangalore will turn into a forest. I do not know the density. I do not know the amount of rainfall. I do not know the details. And wildlife will exist in Bangalore, let's say. I'm making a wild claim.
Sure.
That is what I'm saying, something like that. So vacate certain regions and nature will take over. Wildlife, nature in the sense forest and wildlife will take over. So, but the number of wildlife sanctuaries will increase in terms of land area. That is what I meant. Simple as that.
Sure. Now,
okay, so Ash.
For yes. In this example, right, taking Bangalore out and then letting it be a wildlife, you'll have to result in a large compromise in human goals, because Bangalore is now a thriving place for human beings. And if you were to take that out, sure, wildlife will benefit from it, but does it have to happen at the expense of human goals? Is what I'm saying.
I just gave Bangalore as an example. Because it's my city, but you can take out another smaller regions. For example, Kerala has green pastures. Maybe it's already a forest. So vacate that region. I mean, I just gave Bangalore as a wild example. Maybe
Sure.
other regions can be taken out. Maybe some,
Sure.
60 kilometers from Bangalore,
See,
there is a
our,
small
like,
region. Once
the
again,
very
60
existence
kilometers.
of, okay.
No, Ashwin,
60
please
kilometers
finish, yeah.
from 60 kilometers from Bangalore,
Mm.
there is a place called Devrayan Durga, close to Tumkur. I mean, that region, I mean, I do not know, maybe a radius of, has a diameter of 100 or 50 kilometers. Wild animals do exist over there. I mean,
Right.
maybe the surrounding regions can be vacated and we can allow the wildlife to grow. I mean, the detailed planning, I'm not going to talking about it, but this was just a vague plan, vague idea. Yes, the
Yes.
goal is wildlife should take over more amount of land. This is what I
Okay.
say, wildlife and nature.
Okay. So if I talk specifically about Karnataka, then 20.1% of Karnataka is already under forest cover. 22.6% of India, according to 2019 data, is under forest cover. When we have more than 20% of the nation under forest cover, then I would just like to, get an assumption of what is the ideal percentage of land cover that you would like to be forest. For us to assume that the humans and the local fauna is, living harmony with each other.
That is subjective. That's what I said. It can be 50-50 or it can be 90-10 or something like it purely depends on an individual. But taking into account that there are a lot more number of species than humans, they should also have a chance. I would say something like 80-20, I would say. This is just a subjective thing from my side.
Actually,
Just to clarify, 80% to animals.
Yes. From an
Okay, actually-
unselfish perspective.
There's another thing that we have to discuss, which is like, usually we branch off the Wednesday's debate sessions based on some kind of tangential topic that comes up becomes of interest on our Saturday sessions. So our Wednesday session is kind of open, and I do want to maybe explore what we can discuss. And this whole thing, right? I think we have a very interesting point being made here. There is a premise that the value of life, right? What Ashwin is talking about is basically that other species, they are larger in number, they are more diverse. Human beings is just like a very small percentage of like the biological diversity of this planet. Why should we take over all of the resources, and why shouldn't we have like an equitable allocation of resources based on our biological, I guess, like identity or something? And I'm not sure if that is what you're talking about, Ashwin, but that is the
Yes, that is what I was talking about.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
And
So-
also from a human perspective itself, we need a more number of trees, right?
Mhm.
For a good climate to exist, we need also more number of trees. We also benefit, they also benefit.
I think
Okay.
the topic could be something like, is human life more valuable than other life forms, for a Wednesday's debate? Because that is the essence of this, what you're talking about.
I
When
think
even
that could become challenging, specifically in context like if you can say one life versus the other. I think it might also become short-term focused. I think it could be good to add something that makes the claim like we are talking about long-term or in the grand scheme of things.
No, that falls within the context of that topic. Long term, short term, all these things are encompassed within the scope of that question. The question is really broad. You're talking about the value of life. What is the life worth, depending on the biological identity of that organism.
Right. I think it might become too broad to the point that we might start discussing different aspects of it based on the interest. I was thinking like, keeping it a little bit more focused is what I was
Yeah,
saying.
I had the same opinion. Yeah.
Let's actually pass in the suggestions. Like in the debate sessions channel, we can have like suggestions regarding the next Wednesday session topic, and based on that, we will maybe like organize a poll in case there are multiple suggestions, and we can go with that.
Right.
But that is what this boils down to, and actually this relates to today's sessions as well, as in what is the value of life as a measure of economic status, right? It almost feels like there is an implicit correlation between the value of life versus the economic status, in that like having 5 kids is the equivalent of having 2 kids in a middle class family or something. That is why there is a higher incidence of a number of kids in lower economic classes. And it is like interesting to see the broader implication of this correlation, the value of life aspect. But yeah, we've kind of like really deviated from the original topic here. but very interesting conversation nonetheless. And I do want to let it go further if there is more.
No,
to
but
talk
it's related to population, right? We are not deviating.
Hmm.
If there are fewer humans,
So I
the
had-
number of animals can increase, and the amount of forest cover can increase. It's directly related to the topic.
Right, but why should
It's
why
an
should you assume that increase in human population should definitely decrease in green cover or something?
Because
These are
that's how
indirect.
nature works. That's nature. That's how nature works.
No,
It has worked so far.
So
No, if you
Raghav,
look at
the claim that you made was if we have lesser number of people, it could still lead to higher forestation. And I think what I understood from Ashwin that he's saying is, if you have more number of people, you will definitely have a higher impact. Versus in the lower, it is more intentful or as a.
We will definitely cut down trees to build houses. We will cut down trees to build more farmlands.
No,
stuff
but
like
that is an assumption you're making. But I'll tell you an example.
But-
You look at the Amazonian tribes. These people are living in harmony with nature. But how would you contend that?
But how many people are living, and what is their standard of living? Okay, fine. Now, Amazon people, there are tribes. How many people in India would like to live like that? Can we live like tribes? Would you live like a tribe? So it is also your aim in life, right? To what you want in life, the technology, the house that you want, the roads that you want.
Right? To be honest, right? Like if I were given a choice, right, as an educated individual with some economic potential, if I were given a choice to live in a highly green covered area versus like a place like Bangalore or Chennai or something, I would definitely choose the former. But you're making this implicit assumption that these places lack the amenities that modern societies do have. I'm just saying that there does not need to be that correlation. That correlation is only valid if the society that we are building is an extension of what we already have. But if we manage to build a society that balances out green cover, there are actually, I don't know if you know this, but like there are actually architectural, at the forefront of the architecture as an industry and civil engineering as an industry, there are people exploring how to maximize green cover in a highly dense populated region. And these things are possible.
If I may add to your point.
That is still in the nascent phases. I think Singapore has done quite a decent work in terms of doing that, and it is very expensive and still in the nascent phases. And
Yeah, but
it is very
but
expensive
it's
because
not as expensive
they are
as cutting
trying to
down human
repair it.
population. See, it's not as expensive as cutting down human population. The consequences of cutting down human population has much more expensive side effects.
Right, but like, sometimes if you don't have a choice
question,
between long term and short term. Okay, go on.
No, Suri, I think you've been trying to talk for a while. Go ahead, Suri. Finish what you're saying. Let's.
Have been okay. I think I'll answer this point, and I had one interesting point to make about this whole side debate that we have gone into is there is a short-term and long-term cost, right? So right now, and this is a tangential example, like right now we would like to be on the green energy and it is completely possible and all of that, but we don't have enough sustainable growth to directly go to the green energy. It might impact our economic growth in the short term. That is why we are still relying on fossil fuels and we are not committing to some of the Paris Commission or whatever that is.
That is false. Continue.
Okay, please debunk that. So, so in the short term, when something is expensive and you are trying to struggle with like some of the basics or like necessities and all, you are less likely to splurge on that. But as and when the population matures, we are more likely to spend on something like that, or more interested in researching somewhere where it becomes like even bigger imminent on the face problem, and we are more likely to experiment with it and try to find more challenging, more improved solution. And I think that is where the expansion of that thing would happen, but that might take some time. I think somebody wanted me to counter here, so I will leave that. I will help them counter it, or probably leave the stage to counter them. And then later on, I had a point about this whole thing altogether on a broader level. I can come with that. Please go on.
Yeah, can I add one more question to your list?
Go ahead, Saju. Yeah.
So my question is, how do you allocate square foot space to each species? Yeah.
Species, let's say you take a jungle like Nagarhole, you have elephants there, you have tigers there, you have deers there.
Start with bacteria.
No, we are not talking about that level. Actually, we are not going down to that level.
No, the very fact it
if
is
you
an
want, you can go,
ecosystem.
but I'm not going.
You cannot specify one specific species because they work together. They work in harmony. You cannot just say, okay, I'll allocate some kind of a land to elephant you have to consider the other life form and
Nobody
flora and
said
fauna
that.
as well.
We never said that. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you take a jungle like Nagarhole, there are elephants, there are deers, there are tigers living there. I mean, if you increase the size of Nagarhole, or if there is a parallel Nagarhole in close to Mangalore region or Kerala region, I mean, the amount of wildlife will double. Roughly the same number of elephants,
of course.
tigers, and deers will
See,
exist.
I don't think anyone would disagree to increase the wildlife sanctuaries areas. But what he was questioning is how much of area you think has to be allocated to wildlife. That is what his question.
I said 80% of the land mass. That's what I said.
But
Why is that?
actually it is not enough. You know how much area one tiger and one lion takes?
No, I'm saying 80% of the total land area in our country, or it can be even the
No,
world.
that's what I'm saying. If you let a fraction of tigers to live, the entire India is not enough.
I didn't get your
one
point.
And
I
also,
have to
see,
agree with this, yeah.
these numbers, right? These numbers, 80%, and also like, how many tigers should live, how many other animals should live. Like, how are you getting at these things? Like, also, like, it's not just about the numbers and also the area, but also the quality of life of these animals. Just like how human beings have like quality of life metrics, animals also have that. You cannot
our very own existence will replace some kind of flora and fauna. Okay, even if let's say if I construct 100 square foot of home, it will destruct whatever exists under that 100 square foot of home.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Raghav, you were talking about the Amazon, but how many people live like that? Barely, not even 100 million people.
No. Let me explain. Let me explain. Give me a couple of minutes. Our very approach that our very existence is going to destruct the rest of the flora and fauna. The approach itself for us is wrong, because the more we try to separate humans and the wildlife, I'm not saying we have to go live with the wildlife. What I'm trying to say is the cities, the urban places has to be a part of their existence. See, there are some animals like pigeons, dogs, cats. They have evolved in such a way that they are trying to live in urban areas. But it doesn't mean that we cannot build such urban areas that are comfortable for other life form to coexist. At least if we are going to, let's say, destruct 100% of let's say we are going to destruct 1 acre. If that 1 acre is going to sustain, let's say, 100 species, right? If we were able to at least 30-40% of the species can still live in that area, our very approach to the problem itself is flawed, because someone has brought up Singapore. Yes, Singapore reurbanization has become very expensive because they have realized after urbanization they are trying to go back to the whiteboard, and they are trying to recreate that what they think they should have done in the first place. That is why it is very expensive. Let me explain you that if they have started with the same approach when they started building the country, they wouldn't have been so much expensive that it has been happening for last couple of decades. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So how do you increase the forest cover? How do you increase forest cover, and how do you increase wildlife? Give me an answer for that. How do you increase it?
So I'm not countering your argument. Okay, there should be more wildlife into it. I'm not countering your argument.
How do you increase it?
Okay, I don't know how, but the decrease in population will if you're trying to assume that if the population is going to increase, which is going to inversely affect the wildlife, it is a false assumption. It doesn't have to be.
Why?
Yeah,
why so?
That's what I'm also saying.
Yes, it is a causality. Because of human population is increasing, there is a demand. Okay, someone is trying to fulfill that demand. That is why the wildlife, the wildlife sanctuary has been cut down gradually. It is a demand supply problem, not a population problem. And you might
where does demand come from? Where does demand come from?
That's what I'm trying to say. Because of the population, the demand is coming, but the demand doesn't have to do that. Right, you can find other ways to do it. It doesn't have to cut down reduce the wildlife population, wildlife areas.
I think he was talking about increasing those and not decreasing it.
Actually, you know what? This discussion kind of like we need to first. This is getting into a moral dimension now, as to like because like when you talk about having 80% for other species and just 20% for us, what is your overall vision for the planet? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to
overall vision? Overall
this
vision
is where it's actually different. Ashwin, you know what? Like, I think this is helpful to the conversation. This is something that I was intending to bring when this conversation started, but it's going
Right.
on a tangent. I think this might be helpful. So,
Yeah, Ashwin, go
I
ahead.
think
No,
based on
all
the
of you,
conversation that
initially, we all spoke only on a selfish perspective, only from a human perspective. That is, there'll be more number of scientists or better infrastructure, technology, and stuff like that. But I brought up the thing that animals are also important. And since humans have converted forests into farmlands to meet their own demand and supply, that has brought down the forest cover, which has in turn brought down the land wildlife. Right? That is the relation I was trying to bring. So if we give up on farmlands, we have to give up on farmlands. Most likely, we have to give up on population as well. The numbers, we have to cut down the population by 2 or 90% or whatever. Right? The population number itself has to go down in that sense, because the amount of farmland that we are losing has to go down to increase the forest cover. That is the vague, the highest level of a relation that I can bring up.
So do you
Right.
have a
It is
I
number
think what
how
I'm
much
really
trying
of
to
great
say,
news for me.
population should exist? Do you have a sweet spot that okay, this much of number of population of human beings, and that replacement level should be the same? So this number of human beings will be able to, sustainably have the planet to go on for a long time.
No, as of now, I'm telling the opposite. I'm telling the population should go down because we
No,
are
that's what I'm
occupying.
saying. That's what I'm asking you. If let's say 8 billion people are there, let's say if there will be 1 billion people for the rest of the future, okay? Let's say
Yeah.
1 billion people constant, the replacement rate, whatever it is, plus or minus 10 to 20%, the replacement rate will be so that the 1 billion human beings will be there, and that will be able to help the ecosystem of the world sustainably and not the consequences that we have right now because of the destruction of the wildlife will not happen. Is there any number that you have? I mean, I'm just asking if there actually is any research.
Yeah, it is subjective, as I told you.
No, it is
Roughly
not
10%.
subjective. How can it be subjective?
Man,
Because
you
you're
can say,
saying the population
No,
should be decreased, right? There should be a number.
not
no, I
necessarily.
think
You
it is
can't come up with a
subjective.
formula.
No,
Yeah.
I think what he's saying is it's subjective to what your vision for the planet is. I mean, if you say that I want to live in a planet where there's only 1 billion, but there is so much diversity for me to enjoy, that is a better future than compared to, let's say, that there are 8 billion people, but the biodiversity is lower. It's about the preferences, because the number of people that you choose as a constant is going to significantly vary the experience of those people. So it's a matter of subjectivity as to like which one you prefer, right?
See, you can have half of 8 billion. You can have 4 billion, and the rest is wildlife. You can have 1 billion, and the rest is wildlife. The more you lower the population of humans, the more you can higher the population of animals.
But it is not directly correlated, right? Because you said that there should be 20% land allocated for humans in an ideal world. Currently, in the world, humans occupy less than 5% of the land. Or if we talk specifically in India, it is around 8 to 12%. So it is not always necessary that if we decrease the number of humans, because if I talk about India, humans are living in pretty clamped up places. We know the population density of Bangalore and Bombay, where people are living in, like, I would assume, an area of radius 15 to 20 kilometers. Even if we, kind of replace all the humans from there, how much wildlife can we actually fit into that small area?
Okay, I would like to point out saying that the economy of a place, let's say economy of Bangalore doesn't depend only on the people living in Bangalore. Let's say there is a coal mine in Bellary, North Karnataka. I mean, you dig out coal from there. I mean, that entire region is not habitable for the trees and wildlife as well. And there are many more things that come up. So humans are spread out throughout the country, except the wildlife sanctuaries. That's how the economy works. It's interrelated.
So Ashwin, I want to ask a question. So actually, Prince brought up a really interesting point as to like what the current statistics are. So you're talking about like how you want to have 80% allocated for wildlife. What is your estimate of what it is right now? What that number is right now?
It's the opposite. 80% of humans are. If you look at Google Maps, look at the cities spread out in all over India. Right? It's very and look at the amount of people in the villages and stuff like that. Just look at Google Maps. That itself gives you an idea of how much amount of land the humans control in India and the same for the rest of the world.
So you're advocating for like the 20% of the land being reserved where there's a high density of human population, and the 80% is like uninhabited.
Uninhabited by humans.
Yes, uninhabited by humans. Yeah.
Habited by animals. This 80-20 is again subjective to it's my standard. You can say 70-30, something like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're not
just some statistics. I think probably helpful to the conversation. 77% of the land mass is impacted by human interaction. I think what Prince was pointing out is more residential, but like anywhere we are doing mining
Exactly.
and like
The economy of a place.
Just to clarify, I was talking about the areas which are built up by humans for residential, pastoral lands, and a little bit of, if you can say, the urban farming.
See,
the farmhouses and areas.
See, if you have one village,
pure wilderness, it's only 23%.
Exactly. See, if you have one village and you have another village 10 kilometers apart, you cannot have a wildlife sanctuary in between. So that entire region, in between two villages, is also considered as human habitat.
Yes, that's right. He's right.
Just look at Google Maps.
Okay, now
Simply look at Google Maps.
Just constructing a road. Okay, even if you're not, even if you're not cutting down a forest, just constructing a road through the forest itself will affect. It is more than 50-60% of effect that affects the wildlife. Even if you don't cut down the entire forest, just one highway going through a forest will affect a lot of species, and it will disconnect the biodiversity within it. Even if you're not cutting down the forest, it actually has a lot of impact on the.
Yeah, that is the bare minimal thing you're telling. Now think about other things.
Yes, I understand. I'm not actually advocating against whatever you are saying it, but a decrease in population is not a direct, doesn't ensure that is not going to happen. See, this is happening. I'm telling you, it is whatever the destruction that is happening today, it is not happening because of the population. It is because of the technology. The more and more technology that we have, the faster and faster we are able to exploit. It is not because of the population. Yeah, because of the demand, they're trying to satisfy that demand. Because of the technology that we have, we are enabling that demand. But just because of the population, it is not directly correlated to that. Okay, the destruction will be the similar. It's directly proportional to the population.
See,
it is our approach towards
higher population means higher demand. That is very simple.
See, I absolutely agree with you. I advocate whatever you're saying.
Then why did you say that it's not dependent on population?
That's what I'm trying to say, right?
Ashwin, I just want to just to clarify what Ashwin is saying. You are saying that 80% of the land, and in that 80% there is no human interaction, right, Ashwin?
Yes, something like that. Yeah, 80% wildlife sanctuary, I would say.
Okay, I wanna actually maybe make an explicit the assumption that Ashwin is making. I think so. Let's say that Ashwin, there is a like an invasive species. Let's say that 80% is like no human interaction, but there's an invasive species that going and killing all the other crops or like killing all the other organisms. Would you warrant human intervention there?
That is a completely different topic. This is survival of fittest. Wait. This is nature. This is survival of fittest.
But aren't we a part of nature? Aren't we a part of nature?
We understood. An invasive species, if that is going to happen, it probably is human introduced. Okay.
Not really.
What I'm trying to say is, if let's say let's take human out of the equation. Let's imagine there are no human beings on the planet. The invasive species that you might be, the hypothetical invasive species will control itself, will correct itself.
See, many species have died out. 99% of the species that have lived on planet Earth have vanished. That has happened. This is a completely different topic. Should you control nature to that extent? Maybe we can preserve that.
Technically, we are doing that. Basically, there have been 5 major extinction events in the history of the Earth that is known by the anthropological research. And human beings have been the 6th one. So if you are talking about an invasive species killing off everything, we are that. We have killed off. We have been the 6th major
and we are a part of nature.
event.
No, Raghav. Let us say let us say
So
the tigers are
let me complete
killing.
my
Okay,
argument.
fine.
No,
This
no,
is
let
Sorry,
him
something that I've
finish.
been trying to say for half an hour, guys. Come
Sorry,
on.
guys. Yeah, go ahead, Suri. Yeah.
So, like, I think when we are talking about separating out humans and wildlife, we are trying to kind of having an elitist stand over, human beings are separate of the nature. We are part of the nature. We are more like, a very, very strong species that went basically rogue and just like eliminated a lot of flora and fauna and everything. So now, if you look at from that perspective, we have been a very, very successful perspective from self perspective, to the point that we are so successful that our success is harming ourselves. In limited space, we have become so successful in just growing in the short term that we have basically this is kind of in the background of what Ashwin is saying. We have kind of exacerbated the nature to the point that our survival itself is becoming challenging, because if you eliminate a lot of wildlife and then you eliminate like bees and all, a lot of changes and transitions become very, very challenging. If you lose the biodiversity, there are other risks that come with it that would become even challenging for human existence as well, right? Because the what's the word, homeostasis gets affected. So if with that logic we are going, so this is again a very, very selfish stand that we are saying, that if we let ourselves back down a little bit and we'll let nature have an opportunity, and by being part of it, I think something along this line everybody has been sort of tugging along, right? I think with Raghav, what we're saying, like, let's be part of the nature. Ashwin saying, like, let's give out a significant area of the land, by just let it be and let nature do its thing. So if there is an invasive species or something like that, it is possible, but it is once in a billion year occurrence. Earth has seen 5 different things like that. Most of them have been climate based, but I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 might have been species, or there have been a smaller instances of species based. But the most significant one so far has been the humans. Humans have literally eroded 90% of the 90% of the species variation. I don't remember the exact word for it. But
Variety of
we have
species, yeah.
significant. Thank you. And we have significantly impacted the larger species. There were like so much mastodons and mammoths and this large cats. I don't remember some of these names that I've seen on some stuff like long time back. But we have significantly impacted the larger bits of animals. We have, and by affecting those larger animals, we have also dramatically affected some of the smaller creatures, smaller creatures, bacteria, viruses, germs, fungus, all of that, directly, indirectly, in many different ways. That has also led to generation of new things. So it's not like we are having an explicit control on the nature. I think it would be good for our survival to kind of step back. That is what we are getting at. But we cannot do that with an intent that we are out of it. If you try to control it or try to define the quota, or try to determine what is perfect, that could become very, very challenging, because nature is extremely unpredictable and it happens and changes happens over the millennia. And the reason we have been able to have such a big impact is within last 3-4 millennia, we have had a ridiculous amount of progress, population changes, and to kind of exploit the natural resources to be able to sustain whatever we have. And that in turn, we are already facing the challenges by worsening of the climate and all of that. Climate has been even worse in the history of the world that we are facing right now, but it is bound to get worse in general, but we have just kind of pushed it down a lot faster. So it is getting a lot faster. Like the temperature would have been rising anyways, but with the pollution and all that we are doing, we have increased that rate to the point that it becomes very, very challenging very, very fast, and that is making it unsustainable. So this is again a very, very selfish interest that we are coming from to whatever that we are entailing. This is the point that I wanted to make. I really appreciate you guys listening. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very nuanced point. I think it brings light to the core of this discussion, right? And again, I think we should have a very dedicated discussion on this, on the deeper motivations behind this, right? Because what Ashwin is advocating is for something that a lot of people would stand up to, but the motivation or the nuanced implication of that should be examined deeply. I do think that we should have a focused discussion on this on Wednesday, and I agree with what Suri is saying. Suri is talking about how we are actually part of the nature as well, and we should not discount that and how we are planning about this thing. And there is a deeper moral implication in that. What is the purpose of life? First of all, what if us prospering at the expense of other species is what is actually beneficial. We don't know these things, right? We're kind of making the assumption that the biodiversity is the factor that we have to optimize for. But what if it's not?
No, it has to be that, because you have to let other species live. You can't just go and eliminate one
But then
species. It's
you're
very selfish.
You're assuming that the purpose of life is to just exist.
No,
What
it's
if-
from an ethical point of view.
Right.
What if alien species come and wipe out humans? Would you like that? No, right? More
not
intelligent
about
alien
liking or
species.
We liking it
We
or
have
not has
eliminated,
nothing to do with it. If the alien species is powerful, if they want to eliminate us, they will
Yeah,
eliminate it.
Exactly, but you will not like it, right? So the same
No,
way,
no, see-
the animals won't like it the same way.
See, Ashwin, whether we promote the diversity of the species or not, if alien species comes and attacks us, there is what we do has no consequence to that reality, right? But I see what you're saying. You're saying that we have to be compassionate. We have to like presume the position that they're in, and that's the ability of human beings. We can actually empathize. We can actually.
It's actually empathy rather than looking from a selfish perspective. It's empathy. Let them
yeah.
exist. as
Actually,
well.
to enforce Ashwin's point,
I
aliens
think
has
it is
nothing to do
still
with us.
selfish. I think the reason
No.
everybody
If
is going
aliens
for
want to wipe us
biodiversity-
out, they are not going to lose anything. But we are a part of the ecosystem, and we are a part of the earth, and the animal species or the flora and fauna around us are also as part of what we live in. And if
No.
we, yes, they do support, right? They do support a lot of human activities.
Yeah, I was just giving an example. What if if an entire species, a human species, is going to get wiped out? What fear you would be in? How would you feel? That empathy I came up
Yeah.
with. Just that comparison.
Actually, there is there is an
I
interesting.
won't feel much if I'm eliminated.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I think there's an interesting self-contradiction in that perspective, because, like, see, on the one hand, you're saying that we have to allow nature to exist. It has self-balancing mechanisms in place, but on the other hand, we are also part of nature, and whatever we are doing is a course of nature. So, are we? If you're interfering with
Yes.
that process, right? It kind of like contradicts your own presumption that nature is self-balancing.
So the evolution itself
No,
made us,
nature
and
is
what we are
self-balancing
doing.
without humans. Nature is self-balancing without humans.
But-
Humans has the
So
ability
why-
to
so
cut down all
are
the
you-
But
trees.
the nature
So
itself
you're excluding human beings from nature. So you're arguing that human beings are not part of nature.
No. I'll tell you something. Let me make this point clear. If human beings have the ability to destroy nature to such an extent that it can make the entire, it can wipe out all the species on planet. We have the ability to cut down all the trees in this planet. We have the ability to launch nuclear weapons and make this entire planet a wasteland. Humans have that ability, but there is no. I believe there is no other species on this planet that has the ability that can do something like that.
Sure.
So when I say nature is self-balancing, when a tiger eats a deer, and when the number of deers go down, the population of tigers automatically goes down as well. When they don't find food, that is what I meant.
No,
You
that is
understand?
fine. See, but you have to also understand that every organism has its own quality of life indicators. Like if you put a tiger in a cage, right? You're having a large number of tigers, but they're not living the life to the fullest. Similarly,
That's what I meant. That's why I said you need
No,
wildlife sanctuaries.
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying that similarly, human beings have a certain quality of life metrics. If you confine human beings to 20% of the land, you're not going to be able to aspire and live to the fullest that all human beings naturally want to. So why are you subjecting human beings to an unfair ethical treatment compared to animals? Because human beings, by your own your own claim that human beings are more capable, right? So our needs are also more extraordinary, just as how extraordinary our capabilities are.
Okay,
And
if you look
human
at
beings
okay,
I think preserving the biodiversity is still a very selfish interest. If we don't do that, we would not
Yes,
be able to
right.
sustain the human being in the long term itself. It's
The
not
selfish way to do
ethical
it
by
is to
any
preserve them,
means.
actually.
Suri,
Yeah, so-
humans have been living for maybe 500,000 years, and
Right.
they have been. I believe they were living happily, not the
No, that
kind
is-
of
that
life
is
we
a
are living.
very
right now.
No,
controversial
humans
statement.
were never happy. See,
Yeah, that's a very
reach time,
controversial
they have
statement.
Yeah,
There are 6 major extinctions.
not at all.
See,
Raghav,
Okay, so
human
Raghav,
beings being
confining them to 20%. Let me come to your point.
Mhm.
I mean, if you look at see the population that was 2,000 years ago, humans were confined to maybe 20% of the land only.
Right, but the point I was making is the needs in terms of aspirations. Okay, so 2,000 years ago, the situations were different. Human aspirations were still the highest. There was no synthetic factors inhibiting human aspiration. But I'm saying that as a human being, our needs, our fundamental existential needs are that we want to aspire to the highest. It's not about purely we're not like purely survival oriented beings. We are also like just the right to dream about beyond the things and explore and to build rockets and build other things and to just constantly expand. This is a human need. It's an existential need that we have. So you putting people at 20%, it's going to synthetically limit the human aspirations in the interest of biodiversity.
So from the first principle perspective, I think, Raghav, what I am getting out of what you're saying is, or like, my implication would be, even if we wanted to, I don't think so we will be able to enforce it. Like, so if we enforce it to 20% or something, there would be some people, because it would just not work or would not live to their aspirations, they would break it out and we won't be able to enforce it in the first place. That is the challenge.
No, that is not the only challenge. That is a logistical challenge. What I'm saying is ethically also, like fundamentally, this whole thing is like flawed in that, like just as how flawed it is to have like, okay, I wanna have 2,000 tigers, but I'm gonna create like 15 by 15 cubic meter of like cage and put 2,000 tigers in there. That is not really helping biodiversity. You're just like increasing suffering of these animals. So that is what I'm saying.
I don't think so we should do either of that. I don't think so. First of all, we should be able to decide how many tigers should live, and then second,
similarly,
how much area they should be able to live in.
No, that is an extreme extension of what Ashwin is advocating for. When he's saying that, okay, 80% needs to be for animals and 20% for human beings, he's putting hard limits on the quality of life and the numbers of these human beings in the 20%.
Right.
So you honestly believe 20% of land on this planet is not enough for humans? Do you honestly believe that?
No, that depends on how many humans, first of all.
Exactly. Right. The fewer the people, let's say you bring down from 1 billion people to 200 million people, then those 20% of land will be enough with the same standard of living.
But you're curtailing their aspirations as a human being, because like if I have 1 billion people, my chance of like finding the right mate for myself increases. The chances of like me competing for excellence also increases. I mean, I would be depressed if I was living in a village with no competition for my intellectual caliber or something like that. These are all part of human aspirations, human necessities as like an existential needs. So by bringing down the population to 200 million, you're curtailing all of these possibilities.
It is only to a small extent that happens. And by the way, I mean, I can come up with similar things based on human interaction as well. I can feed my servant only one bowl of rice for the entire day, and I can make her work for 12 hours or 18 hours a day. Is that ethical, or should I pay her more?
Yeah, it is not ethical in the same sense that what you're suggesting is not ethical. You putting people to 20% and then locking them in, that's a prison basically. And you're saying that, okay, this prison needs to have this population control. That is all like self-imposed prison. Like you're doing it with a noble intention of being selfless and magnanimous, but you're actually curtailing human aspirations in the same way that you'd be curtailing the life of a tiger if you're putting it in a cage and racing it.
So you believe So you believe, okay, according to you, 20% of the land confined to humans is like a prison, according to you?
No, I'm saying that it is a prison in comparison to living us living freely without inhibitions, without synthetic inhibitions in place. So, for example, like right now, the only thing that is keeping us on this planet is the fact that we cannot go. And that is fine, because like as human beings, we want to keep breaking the barriers and we want to keep expanding. So that is the exercise of human aspiration itself is a liberating factor. That is our lack of cage. But if you say that, okay, you have to be in this place, then that is a synthetic inhibition that is going to, like break our spirit as human beings.
There are already rules in place like that. You cannot just go into a wildlife sanctuary and go trekking or go for a picnic. There are already such rules in place.
Yeah, that is an extension of what you're suggesting. There are synthetic inhibitors in place, but in balance. So balance is good. That kind of balance.
What is a balance according to you? Is it 50-50, 80-20? Balance is to 80-20 from my perspective.
The balance is that you need to have like restricted spaces where human beings can still travel to and come out of. We have the freedom to go and come out of, but you're optimizing for the wildlife over there. So that is balanced thing. You locking people up in and avoiding human interference, that is very extreme. That is not balanced.
I didn't say that people have to be locked up. Let me give an example of what I say 20% is. Let's say something like nobody should live in India except the state of Karnataka, something like that. You would be living in Bangalore, you would still find a mate you would still find good cricket players and stuff like that.
But
would that affect you
that
a
is
lot?
subjective. That is subjective. What do you mean by good is subjective?
See nobody winning IPL, huh?
No, I mean, would it really matter to your life, Raghav? I mean, let's say if nobody else lived in India except the state of Karnataka. I'm just giving you a vague example, right? The rest of India is occupied by wildlife. Would that affect your life to such an extent? Would you think you're in a prison because you have such a landmass?
If I was,
would affect my life.
Absolutely, it would affect. If I was
to what extent? To what extent?
To a proportional extent of like what locking up a tiger would feel like, because you have to understand that this is not like a thing where every biological species is like homogeneous if the needs are same or something. Actually, if you think about it, right, our lives are all interconnected.
Raghav, I fundamentally agree with that point you're making, but like I think I also have some challenges with the argument. Just to give examples, I think this will probably help clarify what we are talking about. I don't think so. We have access to be able to visit a lot of countries. Like let's say, for example, North Korea. North Korea, like let's assume one of those countries, they don't provide you visa. Or suppose you have like a criminal record or something, like so let's say false allegations or whatever, you cannot travel to like let's say 80% of the world. That is an imposed things by human.
Yes.
Right?
Is that a prison according to you?
In some way.
Absolutely, it is. See,
that is
then there should be no borders. Then there should be no borders.
I'll tell you what I mean.
Ideally,
I'll tell you.
There shouldn't be.
I'll tell you what makes North Korea distinct from us in here not being able to travel. See, me not being able to travel the world right now is a constraint of my ability to do so. It is not. It doesn't matter like how if I'm in North Korea, right? It doesn't matter how able I am. I cannot because somebody doesn't want me to. But if in India, if I'm economically incapable of like traveling the world, I have a doorway. I can make myself economically independent to the point where I can go and do what I want. That is fundamentally. No, let me finish.
You still can't go. Your passport can be.
Let me finish because that's I'm setting up a point for what I'm actually trying to say. My argument is that the fundamental human need for aspiration is that there is a pathway. As long as you put in the effort, you can get what you want. That pathway has to be there. Otherwise, human beings will feel suffocated. It's a very, it's not just about the number of human beings who exist. It's about like how fulfilled we can exist as. If you look at it, right, like naturally, if you block away the aspirations of human beings, right, they will naturally kill themselves. They will go to suicide. That is a self-balancing mechanism of nature, where if you do that, you will automatically like collapse on yourself. Because like as a human being, we need to have that ray of hope to aspire for something that we do not have, that we should go for. That is actually as fundamental to human beings as being able to walk around freely in the nature is to animals.
How different is that from colonizing?
If I go to very primal level, why is colonization bad? If we go to the basic ideas of the nature, that the survival of the fittest is the basic ideal of the nature. It is the humans that are the fittest at the current moment. It was not always humans, as Surya also pointed out, that there has already been 5, waves of extinction on Earth. If there is a survival of fittest, then won't I, as a human, expect that, okay, the world is mine, I can go anywhere? It's not just the thinking of the humans. Currently, we are the strongest, so we enjoy that kind of freedom. Crows are an invasive species. Ostrich is an invasive species. We at this current stage are not scared of them because we have the technology and all the resources in our hands to kind of control them whenever we want that way. If let's say humans were weaker than the crows, then of course crows would have ruled all of Earth. They would have taken over all of Earth and its resources, and humans would have been curtailed to a smaller area. On the contrary, I would argue that there has been no species in the 5 waves of evolution that has made organizations like IUCN working actively for trying to limit the number of extinctions of species and preserving the levels of species such as orangutan, and some are even saying that we can bring back kiwis. So on the contrary, humans are the only species that have kind of developed the capability and are using it to kind of reel back and revive a lot of the extinct species. So I would argue humans are comparatively the best beings on the nature.
I don't understand what Raghav means by prison because
Sorry,
there are Gazites
you got
living.
cut off, Ashwin. Can you repeat that?
I do not understand what you mean by prison actually,
Mhm.
because I know people living in Gaza that strip, which they call as open air prison. They have been living there, and there are people, as you say, living in North Korea. They can roam the entire state of North Korea. Actually, it's not true by rules, but anyway, they can roam the entire city. There are people living happily over there, and I spent 22 years of my life in India, and I have lived in an independent house with maybe access to 4 rooms because it's that of my family members. I lived 8 years in Italy, which I had access to only 1 room. I lived there happily. My standards came down. I couldn't go to the other rooms, and also I cannot enter the neighbor's house and stuff like that. There are limitations. Doesn't mean I'm allowed to live only in my house. Doesn't mean that I'm in a prison or something.
So Ashwin,
I do not understand. I do not
clarify
understand what your concept of prison is.
I'll clarify what it means. So it is not about the area, square foot area that measure. That's a that's a contributing factor to your sense of freedom. Your sense of freedom depends on the I guess like the potential of your agency as a human being. This is a very nuanced distinction. So let me make it like very clear. So when I say the scope of your agency, right? It's about like you as a human being. You chose to go to Italy. No, somebody didn't send you there. You chose to go to Italy. You chose to buy that one bedroom apartment, and you lived there. You exercised your agency.
But that's what I could afford. That's fine.
Exactly. But within the scope of options, you made all the choices. So you exercise freedom. You were happy. But let's say that I come and tell you, like, regardless of how much money you have and all that stuff, I say that anybody named Ashwin has to go and live in 1 bedroom apartments. Would you be happy with that?
That is also the case today. Let's say I cannot walk into
Let's
your
say
house and
you are
claim
a
that it's mine.
billionaire.
Wait. Yeah, no, let me give an example. I own only, let's say my parents own only 2 houses in Bangalore. I can choose to live only in those 2 houses. Let's say I am a very powerful person. Can I choose to come and knock you out of your house, and can I live in your house? Is it ethical? I'm talking from a human perspective now. We were talking about humans and animals. Now let's come to human level. Is it ethical if I'm physically strong to kick you out of your house and say that I like your house, I like to live there? I mean, my house feels like a prison. I like to exercise my rights. I have the ability. I have aspirations. So I want to have access to each and every house in Bangalore. I want to have access to each and every one's property in all over the world. Can I say something like that?
The beautiful thing about nature is that even if somebody did that, right, the fact that other human beings are born with the same level of agency and aspirations, they will trump that. There's self-balancing nature to this also. That if somebody comes and does something like that, people will gather up and gang up and defeat that other person. These things happen all the time.
So that's what I was saying, right? So as a human right now, we do not have agency to be able to kind of manage that 80-20, because there would be some people who try to do that. And as a human, since it is not directly related to us, or we will not be able to enforce it, that's why we won't be able to do. But in cases we are able to, like if suppose you are in India, you have a criminal record, Indian government can confiscate your passport. Doesn't matter how much other agency you have, you legally at least cannot go out of India. You cannot take commercial airports or anything without changing your identity or something like that. So there are tangible restrictions. I think that's where Ashwin is coming from.
Absolutely, there are, and that is the cause of grief, right? It's not like I'm advocating for it. I'm actually opposed to it as much as I oppose what Ashwin is suggesting. So that's what
somebody gives you freedom, if you have full freedom, you to the point that you can impact other people's freedom, it is freedom, like it's just your freedom or societal freedom. And in the same way, I think Ashwin is advocating from like all the species perspective in general, freedom, or getting an opportunity for the nature. That's what he is coming from.
First of all, I want all of us to understand this is a hypothetical situation. Okay, nobody's going to be able to enforce it, first of all. And even if you do, right, what's going to happen is that only people like Ashwin will stay in the 20%. Everybody else will figure out a way to get out of it. So it's not going to work. And but yeah, Ashwin, go ahead.
Raghav, ideally speaking, this is about ethics. This is about ethics, Raghav. See, I'm very
No,
powerful.
even
I'm
if,
powerful
even if
than all
Ash-
of you combined. Let's say
even if
I'm
you choose, even if Ashwin chooses to be in that 20%, eventually probably would change his mind, I think.
Yeah. But
Because
anyway, let Ashwin finish. I think he's making a
Yeah,
point. Go
yeah.
ahead, Ashwin. Yeah.
the point, Raghav, here is, I think it's all about ethics here. As a human, let's say I'm a superhuman. I'm more powerful than all the people in rest of the people in India combined. Let's say I can do whatever I want to them. It's about ethics here. Should I respect Raghav as a human? Should I allow him to stay in his house? Should I not grab his resource? Is it the right thing to do? Should I leave them alone? And that is the question here. The same way I'm talking about humans as well. As a human, let's say I can go out, I can visit any restaurant in Bangalore, I can visit any village, I can go visit any mountain, stuff like that. But 20% of the landmass is pretty much more than enough, I would say.
Right. But see, the thing is that, this is again a self-balancing thing about nature, is that human beings have the capacity for empathy. Along with our capability, along with our exponential capability, we also have an exponential capacity for compassion. Right. There are human beings who come and who shine extraordinarily in this regard. And this is again a self-balancing thing. I would say that avoiding to place such synthetic barriers to human beings will actually allow the evolution of those human beings. If you raise these people in 20%, right, what's going to happen is that these people will not even understand the rationale, your compassionate rationale behind doing that in the first place. They will not evolve to the level that you have evolved with all your experience of life experience.
So Raghav, that's where we need to have a good rationale that people can appreciate and have it. So let's take a different example. Probably this might be helpful. So we make houses and we also make farmlands. In the farmlands, we grow our crops and stuff so that we can feed ourselves. Some people might want to go and kind of destroy it or whatever. We might want to have a bigger house or have more open land. But we prefer to have farmland so that we can get the grains and we can survive. Same way, I think if we allow more biodiversity, I don't know the numbers. So I've never explicitly said 20%, 30%. I do not know what the number is. But if we allow diversity for our own selfish interest, it will allow us to be able to have more sustainable and realistic lifestyle. For example, if we cut down more and more trees, that we have extensive evidence on, that if we reduce the forest cover significantly, the oxygen in the air is going to reduce and it will impact humans among all the other animals. Now we have that learning, so we are trying to do things like reforestation and all. So I think where Ashwin is coming from, and I'm not going to just say that 20% or anything. I'm just going to say that if we have that awareness that this is actually beneficial and it is for our self-interest, if we don't destroy it, then it will be self-enforcing by humans themselves. So first of all, some will self-enforce it. Others who are trying to destroy it, other humans will enforce it because it will be in their nature. It will be in their benefit. And if humans don't do this in the long term, then nature will decide it for us, because we will be reached to a point where we will not be able to feed ourselves. We will not have enough oxygen or toxic gases or nuclear leaks, whatever. Something or the other things will happen which we don't know, but there would be a lot of catastrophic scenarios coming up, dramatically rising temperature, ridiculous ways of weathers and all of that. So I think that is the reason why we might want to go in a direction where we allow to preserve the biodiversity. Now, if you're talking about the number per se, I do not have a number. But if you're saying that no, we cannot enforce it, this is how we will be able to enforce it, as we are already making progress in that direction.
Let's actually take a step back. Okay, first of all, nobody's arguing that the biodiversity is bad or something. We're talking about the extent. Where is the balance? And I'm saying that 80 to biodiversity and 20 to human beings is ridiculously extremist. And also it's going to have first of all, it's not happening in a vacuum. If you take the whole of country and then enforce this 20% to human beings and 80% the thing, right? You have to also factor in what's happening in the rest of the world. Imagine if 80% of India is like beautiful, lush wildlife and ecosystem, and the rest of the world is not doing anything different. You think it's going to be the same? It's not going to be the same. It's going to change. And also, where are you going to put those other 1.44 billion people who are not part of the 200 million? It's in the 20% space. Are you going to just put them out in the thing, or are you going to let them die?
No, the population will come down.
So
that's what I said.
Good one.
If you enforce,
for you.
No, I'll let you counter. If the population
So
goes down,
I think this
Raghav,
will
they
be
won't
helpful
exist.
for the counter.
Suri, hold on, please.
Go
Let
on.
him finish. Let him finish. Don't burden.
Raghav, you're not
Ashwin, go ahead.
taking the remaining population and going to dump them in the sea or somewhere. If the population comes down, they won't even exist.
So
right?
you're talking about like a setting this as a constant so that like we sort of like lower the replacement necessity.
Exactly. That's what I said
eventually
initially.
we eventually arrive at this number. What do you think? What about the rest of the world? Are you going to like ask them to do the same?
Exactly. It's for the whole world. I never said it specifically for India. I never said that.
Even if I assume that's for the whole of world, then me being from the human species, who's currently the undisputed ruler of the world, who is gonna, be able to stop me from visiting the mountains of Himalayas or the deserts of Thar? I'll say this is my world. It is equal. I'm also a part of the nature that these animals are, and if they are allowed to go into that specific region, then why not me?
Okay, you can go into the region, but all you have to do is not kill any other animal. Just leave them by themselves. You can go have a walk, come back. Nobody will question you.
But you want everybody
Something
to be
like
a vegetarian, right? I'm assuming.
That is a different topic. That is a different topic by itself.
No, it is kind of related. Anyway, so here's the thing, man.
See, here is the thing. If you go to a wildlife sanctuary, most likely a lion will attack you. You will kill the lion. The only way to defend yourself. So there is this thing over there.
What about
right?
if I'm killing an animal to sustain my own life?
That's a different debate topic.
Okay. Anyways, let me actually like take your argument as you presented it. Like where every country in the world does this same thing, where they put 20% of the people in one place and then the rest of it's like wildlife. Let's say all of this is fine. Now it is going to dramatically impact the quality of human life on the planet, and that is where my problem is, because like when you have. I'll tell you. So when you have current dynamics indicate like there's no controls. Like India especially is a wild place. It's like a jungle. There is no rule here. There's a artificial idea that there's a government, but actually this is a wild place. Anything can happen. Anybody can do whatever they want, and more or less through the rest of the world is also kind of similar with varying degrees of top-down control over the population. Now in this ecosystem, right? There is a heightened level of like human achievement. There are people suffering in a great deal, and human suffering. Many people have argued that human suffering is very vital component for human progress, right? So in this situation, human suffering is immense, and out of this suffering comes human excellence. When you minimize human suffering, you are actually eliminating the possibility or a scope for human excellence. Imagine 20% of all the countries were just restricted in one place. I mean, like all the human beings were restricted to 20%, and you're also restricting the human population also. What's going to happen is that you're going to minimize the human competition and the necessity for human beings to excel. This is going to be an inevitable consequence, and that is going to impact the quality of human life. I mean, I would not I would not live in a world where it's possible for human beings to go and have a private jet and go to any place that they want. Right now, it's possible because like there is a huge population that is actually making that reality possible for a few number of people. So you will inevitably damage the diversity of human ecosystems in itself. That is what my point is.
There are countries out there like Canada and New Zealand and even Australia where very few people live, even if you take the density, and there is competition and they're doing very well. They are developed countries, people work and they get incentives. So
but the competing at a global scale.
If you scale everything down, the competition remains the same, roughly. If you scale everything down.
Those countries are supported by the rest of the world. They are not thriving by
exactly.
Yeah, they're not in
competition in Canada is imported from India, Pakistan, China, and regions like that.
And if Canada was the only country on the planet, right? Imagine they would not be doing any of the things that they're doing right now. Just as any other country.
Yeah. But I agree with Ashwin in this case.
No, the resource remains the same and the per capita income goes higher. You see, Norway has oil. Only 5 million people live in Norway. That's why Norwegians, the per capita income for Norwegians is very high. It's higher than that of Germany and stuff like that.
See, income is not a thing that is by itself.
Norway's economy has nothing to do with the population. Their income comes from the exports of the oils. It has nothing to do with what they are doing.
See, how much money you have has nothing to do with without the context of like where you live in, like the world you live in. Even the currency itself as value only in the
Open
context of a larger world that we're living in.
అయిపోయినాయి
Understood.
చూస్తాను ట్యాంక్ లో
Sandeep, can you please mute yourself?
So basically what you're saying is if there are fewer people, there'll be fewer competition. Let's scale everything down. Scale everything down, the competition remains the same.
It won't. The whole reason why we have so much human aspiration, human excellence is because of the scale. If you scale everything down, human aspirations and human excellence will also scale down. That's what I'm saying.
Not really. So if you're telling me if there are half of the number of people in this world, let's say there are half of...
Ashwin, like, you know, if you go 100 years back or 200 years back, do you think the competition was same or different?
See, it was proportional to the times. We basically scaled up everything. That's the arc of human progress. We scale up everything and we go up. And if you consciously decide to go down, right, that is like it's like a negative progress, right? Like
Okay.
you're regressing.
I think that is a different problem, right? Let's first establish.
I think that nobody
that
wants to do that.
situation-
Nobody wants to negatively regress. That is my point. I'm saying that as a human being, our natural instinct is to progress and expand and grow bigger.
Right.
Okay.
And that is
Raghav,
why
here
we
is the
have
thing.
been able to survive so far, else we wouldn't be able to survive. I do fundamentally agree with that. I think what Ashwin is saying is, if let's take it a little bit differently, the argument that Ashwin is trying to present. I think what he's trying to present is, if we let's call it utopia for the time being. Let's assume if we have a choice, let's say there is a parallel planet exactly like Earth, and we had a choice to live between here and there, where the where significant area is dedicated to the wilderness, and there is thriving flora and fauna, and there is only certain parts that is actually where humans are surviving, and you have a choice to live between one planet or the other. And so of course, if there is a limited area, you are much more integrated into the nature. That's another aspect, right? Where how far away, is it all urbanized, or is it more integrated in the nature? You can imagine a different planet or what. There are few variations and the current situation of Earth. And so how do you imagine things would be different? Let's try talking about that. And then there is a different problem that we are also getting at, is like, the way we have to get there, is it actually the right way to go there or no? And I think we are talking
Actually,
about both this aspect in parallel.
The other thing is that, Ashwin, I think we already live in a world like that, where majority, like there's large swaths of like the land area, and then also ocean ecosystems, which are untouched by human interactions, and they are thriving in that space. Even though comparatively, if you say the 99% of species have gone away, that is also true. But again, comparative progress has been made in human ecosystems. So the question of where the balance lies is very arbitrary. I would not say that there is an authoritative answer on that. There is no clear-cut consensus on this. I think we cannot arrive at it, because everything you do has a consequence. Everything you do has a compromise to be made somewhere else. So
okay, Raghav, you need to prove
Can
that
you
if
try
you scale
answering
down.
that question, Raghav or Ashwin? The world that where we would want to be, that's different. And the
see, with the example that you gave, Suri, the fact that you have a choice to go between these two worlds itself is a liberating factor, right? And you could, by nature, humans love variations. We want variations. So we will spend some time here, spend some time over there. We will cherish each world for its own nature.
Let's say we don't have that choice. We commit, we go there, we are done. You cannot come back. The journey there is long enough that you cannot come back.
I would still choose this word, because if we just look at a simple technological advancement, let's just narrow it down to the last 20 years. What was the pace of the technological advancement due to this huge pool of scientists that we enjoy due to the population? And what was the pace of this technological development when the population was much scarce, and let's say 10 or 20 BCE? So, if we scale down the population, then this pace of evolution of the human species is also going to be, slowed down at the same rate.
I made that first when I gave the presentation itself. I made that point. Anyway, here is the thing. Basically, it's all about ethics that I said. Raghav, you need to prove that if you scale down the population, the competition goes down. You need to prove that. That is number one thing. And if you talk about aspirations and stuff like that, as I told you, just like how we are looking at humans and animal comparison, let's compare humans and humans itself. I pay my servant very little in my aspirations to become a billionaire. I have aspiration to become a billionaire, to earn a lot of cash. Does it mean that I have to underfeed my servant? There should be a balance, right? That is what I'm talking about. Is what I said.
I agree. I think
we
the
are
problem
talking
is,
about ethics here. Ethics.
I think both of us agree on the framing of the problem. We disagree on where the line is drawn. Okay.
So the line is subjective. I initially said that.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. I disagree with where the line is. You're drawing it at a very
what is your line?
Detrimental space, because like I would say that the line is already drawn in favor of like everybody. I would say that where we are right now is the optimal balance. It's a very controversial statement, I know that, but I'm saying that the allowing human beings to exist at their natural instinct, and allowing people like you, like you're coming in as an expression of your innate human empathy, and I think that is also a natural consequence of the way that we have raised ourselves. Okay, so that this you would not exist in that reality that you're artificially imposing. That's what my point is. We will always have like balancing factors that are born as a consequence of organic factors, which will only exist if you do not impose these synthetic, idealistic conditions. Because like anything that we think of, right, it can only be right in under specific circumstances. So having a large population decide what of that, because we're in a competing space. I disagree with you, so I'm doing a bunch of things for the same objective, and you're doing the same thing. So now our efforts are balanced out. And this is the beauty of the human ecosystem. We're all balancing each other out, and this has to proliferate. That is my take on this.
So humans are balancing animals.
We're not balancing for animals. We're balancing between ourselves, and the existence of people like you will protect the biodiversity in a large scale. But I would, from my perspective, I will not allow you to do what you're planning to do. So that's...
And just to add, there are several instances and academic research that do prove the direct correlation of competition with the population size.
Sorry, say that again, please.
Yeah, sure. There are several academic research and experimentations that do prove the direct relation of competition with the population increase.
Can you post those resources on the Vivada channel? It would be really helpful, man. Because like I've been harped about this for so long, I want some hard evidence. Because for me, it's an obvious thing. Yeah.
Okay, Radha, even if a competition goes up, even if you have benefits of a larger population, it's all about caring for the others. As I said,
it's all about what?
It's all about caring for others as well. It's all about empathy. Then
what is all about that?
I mean, life is all about empathy as well. I mean, from my philosophy.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not all about that. I think that's where the problem is. What I'm saying is that life is all about everything, not just one thing.
Okay, humans have invaded. Animal space. Agree or disagree?
That has happened for sure. Yes.
Let's say Britain invades India.
I actually disagree with that.
Let's talk about colonization. Wait. Let's talk about colonization. Some other country comes and invades us. They aspire for it. It's their natural instinct. They take over us. They take over 90% of Indian land. Would you like it? I mean,
that's good for the British.
Yeah, the same way. Whatever we did is good for humans, not good for animals.
No, I would actually say that it's actually good not for Indians, but it's great for the British, but it's actually great for the entire humanity. If you,
okay.
Because like the fact of nature is that weaker.
Yes, in a way, what he's trying to say is that. Yeah.
No, wait. Let me. I'm speaking. I'll represent myself.
Yeah.
So, see, when you have a weaker population that is like stricken with like internal conflicts, and they're not really productive or progressing, it is actually beneficial for this society to have external forces invade and then teach them a lesson. And I would say that that's what has happened. You have a society that is like debilitated by its own internal weaknesses, and as somebody coming in and slapping them and waking them up is actually good for everybody. Right? This is how natural dynamics work. If you come in with this ethical, saying that, oh, every society has to have egalitarian principles and like they all have same things and everything, you will actually promote a society where disease is incentivized. So that is what is actually happening. If you go to the US, right, they have like the social security and everything, and even if you're like an obese poor person, you're able to just get by. And that is the reason why those things are incentivized, and there's like a huge incidence of like extreme disability. So that's what I'm saying. Like if you install like these synthetic factors without as a way of like countering the I guess like the harshness of reality, you will breed disease. You will breed all these like unnatural consequences which you're not anticipating.
So today India has to be invaded by Chinese or US, then we will be working harder, you were saying. We will be more
I'm
fit.
saying that, see, if we are inept at like protecting our own interests, then these things will inevitably happen. I'm not saying that should happen, but if we are protecting ourselves and if we are doing everything in our control and making things happen, it would not be necessary for external force to come and instigate that incentive for progress and stability.
A good example of that is basically Afghanistan, right? Like US did invade there, but they could not sustain it because they were strong enough. Doesn't matter what their philosophy is, it's like survival of the fittest. So they turned out in that region, they were the fitter version. And West was just not sustainable for the US, and that's why they went back. Same thing happened in Vietnam. But like if you look at a different point, like Raghav, please let me finish.
Yeah,
so like Japan invaded Korea, British invaded India, and like along with other thing, Genghis Khan invaded pretty much whole world, whole known world almost. Alexander invaded like different areas. They could do that because they could do it, and like they had the potential. And with that, like some good things happen, some bad things happen, but overall our species improve. Like for example, if there is any virus or anything that does attack a species, in general, people who cannot sustain that, they die off, and rest of the population is what survives. They are relatively the fitter one, and that is how human generations, we have been able to survive for so long, and we have been able to multiply. One good example of this is in the US when Western world did invade there, and the local native population, Red Indians, they did not have any protection against smallpox or anything. I don't think so. People from Western Europe had such a good chance of invading and actually succeeding if they did not have that thing in their favor. So in that given context, they were not the fittest to be able to survive. So they perished. So whoever remained, they were the fittest. So it's not about empathy at all. It's about survival. Whoever is the fittest will survive. So I think this is what I was trying to tell in the earlier example as well. It's survival of the fittest. It's the nature.
Exactly.
Nature will eventually balance itself.
You're telling what the world is like. I'm telling what the world should ideally be.
Yeah, that's the problem.
There is nothing
because
ideal.
See,
then you are justifying the Mughal invasion.
Raghav is justifying, not me.
No, I will tell you what we exactly mean. I think Suri and I are on the same page on this. Okay, so what we are talking about is, if you allow natural human instincts, for example, the desire to invade and sort of like like subjugate and different thing. This is a natural human instinct. Okay, so allowing the expression of this, even though you look at it as like a negative thing or something that just should be like curtailed or something, the fact that these things can happen is what results in a overall better future. Net positive is much bigger by allowing these things to happen than synthetically curtailing all of these things. So for example, let's say that
empathy is also natural.
Okay, exactly. So, for example, the fact that Ashwin is here, sitting here and being empathetic and advocating for it is the reason why there will be a movement to sort of like balance out those negative things. So, what I'm saying is, we need to allow these things to happen naturally in an ideal world, right? Whatever human beings are capable of envisioning as an ideal world will inevitably forego certain other considerations which are necessary. So, I'm just saying that placing synthetic barriers is actually going to lead to unintended consequences, which you're not anticipating, because you're going from your purity of your heart and you're just like trying to project a better future for everybody, but your calculations are going to be off if you even like discount for any of the natural instincts that human beings have.
And to answer what you said about the
is also like one of the traits out of the survival for the fittest feature. So like if you are doing relatively well and you have a surplus, empathy will enable you to grow a little bit faster and enable it. So that way, that is also a trait that is exhibited as an outcome of survival of the fittest. Versus
exactly, yeah.
if you are in the terrible times, that is not the characteristic that actually feeds us. So we need the combination of the two. So since we have been able to do both, to be able to deal with surplus and take advantage, and in terms of scarcity, to be able to survive, since we have been able to kind of handle both the traits, we have been able to survive. And that is similarly seen in other elements as well. If that is not the case, if no mother would be nurturing their babies, any of the animals that are doing that and baby cannot self-sustain, that species itself would be dead by now.
Yeah, and even the
Yeah,
rise of people. Actually, Ashwin, I think Prince, I think you've been trying to speak. Go ahead, Prince. Yeah, I'll take afterwards.
Thanks, Rick. So, adding to what I guess Saju asked about the Mughal invasion, I would narrow it down or expand it to the Islamic invasion. It was not that Islamic invasion happened in one day. It was 5 years of defending that the Rajputs did on the border. When there was a particular political turmoil in the nation and the Rajputs were not strong at the moment, that time the natural law came into play, survival of the fittest. Islamics were more in line and more technologically advanced, so they kind of dominated us. But it's not that the Islamic invasion was wrong, because Raghav also said it eventually led to the Rajput leaders and the Indic leaders becoming more technologically advanced in their own ways as well. So yes, if something like that happens, it leads to an overall human development. Yeah, Raghav.
Actually, even the rise of people like Ashwin, right? Somebody is coming in and advocating for this empathic, idealistic vision, right? This is only possible in a world where there is suffering. If we didn't have that, right, there would be no possibility of empathy being a factor. So if you Ashwin, enforce a reality that is coming out of your empathic vision, right, you will actually eliminate the prospect of empathic uprisals in the future. That's how these whole things work. Everything is like so intricately self-balancing that any kind of like overarching vision that you have for an idealistic world, because like throughout history, right, there's been so many instances where human beings come and like enforce their idealistic vision in order to like change things, but they're acting in response to something that happened in the past. And this is the repetition of these whole things is what makes the human ecosystem so complex.
Okay, Raghav, basically what I'm understanding is you're taking some animal instincts, what is happening in nature, survival of fittest and stuff like that. You're taking some animal instincts and you're applying it to humans. And you're saying some of the animal instincts should not be applied to humans.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm what I inferred. For example, let's say I want to do something. Let's say I like some woman. I just can't go and do whatever I want to that woman and stuff like that. I have some limitations, right? Whatever it is.
Okay, can you be more explicit? Let's just understand.
Okay, when you say survival of fittest, let's say there is a handicapped person or a blind person. Would you just leave that person to die, or would you help that person? Would you give this thing? Or do you support subsidies for the poor?
Okay. Let's make the example more
all these things are. I mean, if you apply survival of fittest, you should not be supporting the poor. You should let them perish.
No, let's make the examples more specific. Okay, let's say that there is only like one jar of like water. Okay, and you as a human being, you need that for the next 3 days to survive, just you. But there's another person who's weaker than you, and in the same room, and only one of you are going to make it out alive. Or either one of you are going to make it out alive, or both of you are going to die in that room. What happens then?
Then I will take the jar.
So it depends. You will allow the other person to perish, right?
Most likely, if I do not love that person more than me. That's an extreme. It doesn't apply to what we are talking right here.
No, it does apply.
I think what Ashwin is trying to say. Let me
expand on the example. The reason why I gave that example is to
I think Raghav, you finish your thought and let Sandeep go, and then we can have
let's do that.
Okay, Sandeep, you can go
because the reason why I gave that example is to illustrate the dynamics, because when you scale it up, right, it's the same exact dynamic. We have limited resources, we have a competing population, we have the necessity for the survival of the fittest to happen even within human societies. If you artificially impose barriers for that principle to act out, you will create disease and you will create greater suffering. That is my overarching point here.
But many people said that there are enough resources for all of them. People said that we are not utilizing them properly. There is not properly distributed. People said all that.
Okay, let's say in the example that the two people locked up in the room.
Raghav, let's say Sandeep go. I think sometimes the conversation goes out of context and people do not have.
Go ahead, Sandeep. Go ahead.
Yeah. So So what Ashwin is trying to say is humans are the one of those beings. Let's say maybe I should put it are one of only beings on the planet who have that compassion to choose between animal instincts and intelligence and wisdom. Are you going to let your animal instincts to rule your actions? Are you going to let your intelligence and wisdom make a change that your compassion triumphs over your animal instincts? I think that is what you're trying to say, Ashwin.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what
it
I'm
applies
saying
everywhere.
See, what I'm use. See, when I say that your wisdom, your compassion, all of these things itself is I'm bringing it under like the ambit of what I'm calling as human instinct. Okay, like this is the natural capability of a human being to be wise and compassionate, self-aware, and even sacrificial sometimes, right? So these are all things that are natural, that are within the ambit of what is possible naturally as a human being.
Yes, it is possible as a natural for the human beings, but the human beings doesn't have. See, the conflict is the nature of the beast, and it doesn't have to be. Humans have been existed in harmony. Let's say after World War II, we have realized we cannot let our animal instincts to go to such an extent that we'll push ourselves to an extinction. So compassion exists. Conflict doesn't have to be there. If you argue with, if you let's say survival of the fittest, I mean, humans are the only species on the planet who doesn't have to get into that equation when it comes to the power that we have to build a civilization. I mean, let's say whatever happened in the past happened, okay? For the current 2024, we are in the 21st century and we have the capability to drop all the nuclear weapons, to drop all the military of the world, to just go sit at a table and have a conversation and let it through, right? We have that capability, but we are not doing it. Why? Because our animal instincts are taking over.
Not because of that. Not because of that. There are economic factors in place. When I say economic, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about see, for example, if you take game theory, right? There are strategies in place. If I drop my nuclear weapons, somebody else is going to use it to advance their own basal instincts.
This is exactly that. I'm talking about the entire humanity. It's not like I'm not speaking for a country, right? I'm talking about the entire humanity, how they are trying to behave, because the animal instinct in us is driving our intelligence and wisdom. Let's say a drunken monkey is trying to drive a dolphin. Are we the drunken monkey driven, or are we trying to let our intelligence or compassion driven? That's what he's trying to get, where I think Ashwin is trying to get, where humans are better than animals. We have that choice to make. We don't have to let our animal instinct to drive our decisions for the future.
Yeah, but we live in a world where...
I don't think so humans are any better than animals. Like all the qualities that we have been talking about do exist in animals. It has been shown. And I can cite, I have been putting a lot of links we have been discussing.
In fact, some animals are more compassionate in certain situations, actually.
Right. And like, about the group mentality.
They can be compassionate, but humans are the only species who have the philanthropy. There is no other species on the planet. No species goes out there and build roads. Okay, we are the only species who build roads.
No, there is a distinction in capability. Let's not frame it as philanthropy. We're talking about capability. Like capability, humans are distinct for sure.
So let's talk about philanthropy.
I mean, I'll counter you. Wait.
Love of the species is what we're talking about. So let me give an example for an animal. So if there is a pack of animals, like let's say wolves or anything, like they're hunting in a pack. They try to hunt as a pack, and if one of them is injured, they try to protect it to a point. If they are like injured beyond a point, they also try to sacrifice themselves, or like they will throw them and like try to survive and all. So that combination of thing happens. That attributes like they are trying to survive as a group. They try to sacrifice it. They try to take effort to preserve one of their own. That like basically empathy. So those are the attributes we are talking about. That we are saying that no, those are like only exclusively to the humans. That's actually not true. Those are all animal instincts. There is no human instincts per se that makes us special. We are animals. I want to.
And there is cases of Mowgli.
Yeah, Raghav, let me tell you. See, we have animal instincts, no doubt, but we can suppress majority of it, a major portion of it.
Yes.
I didn't want to explicitly say this, but looking at a woman doesn't make me molest a woman. But in animals, that is not the case. That is the best example I'll give you.
Ashwin, if I can, then yes, looking at a woman does not make us molest a woman, rightly so. But if we talk about the pre-civilizational world, that was the case with the humans as well. That looking at a woman was equal to just go and molest the woman. but we have made a civilization and put knowing restrictions upon our freedoms for these kind of systems to exist. We have put restrictions
No,
about where
humans
we
have
can
the
go.
choice. Humans have the morality to choose. You don't need
No,
a system.
actually, I
That's
want to
not out
disagree.
of morality. That's for the
Do you think
self-preservation.
people
So if
really
you do
don't
that,
molest women because of the laws? Yes,
no,
they are
because the
afraid
other
of it.
humans
But
will come at you.
Not
No, no.
every woman is
People
afraid.
See, Ashwin,
Even
I think your assumption is kind of flawed. Okay, I'll give you an example. There are, if you look at animal behavior long enough, right? Like you will see there are like internal politics, and there is for everything that you can find in the human society. There's a scaled down version of things happening in animal society as well. If you look at, for example, baboons, right? Or baboons or chimps or whatever kind of apes that we have, they will have they have the same dynamics in that like there is an alpha male. There is there are like women, there are the female candidates that are attractive, and the alpha males will fight each other to go get that. And if that female is being mated by one of those alpha males, any male that comes and approaches it to the female will suffer the consequences of it. So they, even though they want to, they have incentive to stop themselves. This same thing applies to human beings as well. And it's not just because of your empathy that you're not going and molesting other women. It's because there are like things in place, and even with all those things in place, there are people doing it. And so
there are people who do it. There are people who don't do it. But there are some people who do it because they don't want to hurt others.
Yeah, but how can you assume that doesn't exist in animal societies? Have you been inside their head and figured it out?
Because I know I have seen dogs that do that.
If you say humans don't molest,
yeah, but there is no consequence for the dog to inhibit itself. There is no incentive for it to inhibit itself, so it's doing it.
So maybe if I was powerful enough, maybe I would have done it, something like that.
Maybe you would, dude. I think you would. But anyway, Prince.
Maybe you would have.
No, wait. It's all. I'm telling you, Raghav. It's all about education. No, wait. Don't take it as a. No, what I'm telling you is.
It was a joke.
Yeah, please.
Humans, I mean, what I'm telling you is we have learned from wars. We have evolved. We were fighting with each other. We realized that wars are bad. We realized that we must live in peace and stuff like that. We are progressing, basically. We are dropping down our animal instincts. One of the animal instincts is to dominate over the others, right? That is the basic thing. Let's say if Chinese are more, Chinese economy is stronger than the Indian economy, maybe they will invade India, but ideally they should not do it. That is what the world, that is the phase that we are going through, the learning curve. But what you're saying is, why should they stop? Because it's philosophically, it's the right thing to do. That's the number one thing in philosophy, human philosophy.
And who says that? That's not unanimous. That's not unanimous. Maybe it is your philosophy.
Okay, philosophy is not very objective.
Let's not make it unanimous. I'll have a simple question for you. Do you think the world, apart from, there are no conditions applied. Do you think the funding that goes to the military is better diverted towards something else? Raghav, Mr. Raghav?
Me?
Yeah.
See, in the absence of any kind of threats, right? It would be kind of like nonsensical to invest in military things. But the fact that these threats exist makes it sensible.
Why they exist?
Because if we do not protect ourselves, people will take our property.
Why do we have to protect ourselves?
Because there are competing forces.
Humans are expansionists.
Yeah, because we are only the human species. We have the capability to choose not to get conflicted, but we are not choosing it.
No, it's not true. See, this is the problem. I think when you look at comparison between like animals and human beings, right? You're failing.
Forget about animals. Okay, let's talk about just human beings. Let's talk about human beings, our intelligence and our compassion, our choices that we can make to do it, or we are not doing it.
See, the thing is that thing that makes human beings distinct is the scale of our aspirations. For example, right, let's say that I want to build a rocket to Saturn. Okay, but I need the resources to make it happen. If I invade China, right, I will have all the resources.
You don't have to do it.
No, I don't have to, but it'll make things easier for me if I do that. Let's say this is
because of the conflict.
I'm setting it up. I'm setting up the hypothetical situation. So what I'll do is like I'll go and invade some other resource to empower my dream, my vision. And every human being has this vision and thinks that scales differ. Individuals have like certain individuals have like higher ambitions and all that stuff. So we are all competing for resources. It is not that, if I have 3 meals a day, I'm happy. That's not the human condition. Human condition is incrementally about aspiring for greater and greater things. So in a world like that, there is always competition for resources. That is why we need to invest in a military to defend our own resources as an entity, so that other people with greater ambitions do not invade our scope for fulfilling our ambitions.
To what extent?
That is what, there is no such thing as extent. We will all always aspire for the greatest that we can get away with. And in a world where economic factors,
So do you think
when I say economic factors, when I'm saying the competing forces and the forces and all this stuff, see, in a world where it actually makes more sense for me to collaborate with China than to compete with it, in order to
Yes.
not defeat each other's visions, we will collaborate. This is how things work. It's not an outcome of your ethical or emotional or philosophical consideration. This is a purely logistical. Okay, so
Yeah,
these things
even
matter.
going logically, isn't it better to have a diplomatic approach than a military approach?
That's what I'm saying. If logistically it is more beneficial to have a cooperative strategy than a competitive strategy, we will choose that. That is a human nature, to calculate and then arrive at the best solution that preserves everybody's interests.
But I guess we are seeing that diplomacy is, so nuanced, and people are going to go in and sit at an equal posture. If we consider the army and the total military strength of USA, and let's say USA is going to have a diplomatic talk with Sri Lanka, do you think that they are going to stand at equals because of
No,
the
that's
higher
what the
military,
diplomacy is being driven by the military power.
as well as economy? People
Yeah,
are
yeah.
people will try to get an upper hand in whatever way possible in the diplomatic channels. So in many times, the military is just a kind of flexing on that, okay, if you don't listen to us in the diplomatic manner, then we have this strength as well. Sri Lanka can never threaten to invade us, because they know that India has the flexing muscles to go and destroy their army and take over that nation in less than 5 days. So that makes the relationship between India and Sri Lanka more cordial and more friendly, that they can't afford to have a war with us.
But we can.
Raghav,
Mhm.
let's say I'll give you a scenario now. Let's say the two of us are there.
Mhm.
Nobody gets to know if you murder me. I have some 10 lakhs in my suitcase.
Mhm.
Would you kill me and take away the suitcase?
I mean, if you're isolating to this particular thing and there is no overarching consequences. For example, if I still do this, right, even if the economic incentives are very clear in the situation, if I do this, there is a possibility that I could get caught.
Let's say you won't get caught. You know that you won't get caught. Would you really do that?
And also it also depends on my necessity for the 10 lakhs. How much do I need it? Right?
You need your aspiration is to grow, right? Generally speaking, your aspiration is to grow. You made the point. Human aspiration is to grow and achieve.
The consequences do matter, right? Let's say he needs it for a surgery.
I've given you the choice.
Right?
I've given you the scenario. You won't have a negative consequence.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this again, because aspiration is not a unidimensional thing. Aspirations can be in terms of wealth, power, in terms of compassion. For example, if you and I were competing for our ability for compassion, maybe our aspirations purely for how much compassionate can each of us be, and we will collaborate. But the thing is that aspiration is not like a unidimensional thing. It's multi-dimensional, and we can all aspire for different things. I know some people who are purely aspiring for wealth acquisition. I know some people who are purely aspiring for power acquisition. I know people who are purely aspiring for knowledge acquisition, and there are people who are purely aspiring for personal growth. So you may be aspiring for personal growth. So in this situation, right, where let's say that I can kill you and then I can get away with it. Now the problem becomes, is that act competing with my other aspirations? It's not just the money that I'm aspiring for more of.
Exactly.
I'm also aspiring to be a better human being, and I would not be able to live with myself.
That's what I spoke about, empathy.
Yeah. So
I am, generally speaking, I am aspiring for human development, and I also care for I also care for other animals. I have two aspirations.
Right, but you're not equating the fact that human beings have special needs as well. Everything is scaled up when it comes to human beings. You cannot justify.
Let's continue with that same example. I wanted to call out this nuance. Let's say Raghav, you have certain health situation or whatever, and you need that 10 lakhs to survive for surgery and anything. That is one easy option that is available to you. To kill Ashwin,
You have zero consequences. Nobody would know. Would you consider doing that in this scenario, or would you actually do it?
No, I would go and threaten Ashwin and then ask him to, like, if I spare your life, would you help me?
He,
Because I'm in a
he is not
situation where
interested in doing that. Why would he give his money? That's clear consequence.
See,
You have to kill him, you get the money.
you have to like also put in place the exact weight of these choices, right? For example, if I don't get this money, I die within the next 24 hours. And so something like that. If it's an extraordinary situation, sure, why not?
Okay, if I can add to this example, if I can add, then not for 10 lakhs, come on, he's worth more. Maybe for 5 crores, I'll kill him if if murder is not a criminal offense in nation. And I have tens of examples for this. Marital rape is not a crime in India. Marital rape happens. Domestic violence, till the time it was not a crime in India, domestic violence used to happen.
But Prince, you're advocating for the inadequacy or ineptness of the law enforcement in this country. That's one of the reasons why people flout the law. That's not a great argument, but yeah.
Now, there is no law, you're not flouting anything. Right? I think the situation that Ashya, Prince, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's not that people don't do crime out of morality. Okay, it may play 10% or 20% of the role in it, but people are usually driven by the law of the land. If the law of the land says that I can't do money laundering, then I won't do money laundering because I know the consequences attached to it.
But Prince, that is not the. I mean, I would reframe what you're saying. I know what you're trying to say, but I would reframe it saying that people are not doing things to obey the law of the land. People are doing things to optimize for the outcome. Okay, where the law enforcement is a significant detriment, that's when you will think about obeying the law. Okay, so it's not a moral thing. It's about, like, that's what I say. I keep saying that this is an economic consideration. This is a logistical consideration. If law is a significant barrier, only then it is incentivized to be legal, law abiding. If it's not a significant barrier, this is the human instinct to go to the path of least resistance, so that like you can optimize for your resources and then achieve your objectives. And
morally, it's wrong to jump the red light, but people do that. And we know that could eventually lead to, someone's death, because you don't know what's happening at the crossroads.
Yeah, and the thing about human beings is that we have the ability to observe this reality and then optimize for it for a better outcome. And that's what we keep doing. When we take measures to improve society, we are engaging in this human instinct to optimize and further the odds of like the outcome, further the optimizing for the outcome. So for example, when Ashwin is advocating for this, he's basically like talking about changing things to optimize for the greater biodiversity, whatever else he thinks is important, right? And the fact that there is a possibility for us to compete on this and sort of like refine each other's strategy, that is the thing that I'm trying to preserve. If you artificially impose these things for no matter whatever objective you have, however noble your objective is, you're fundamentally undermining the human process, which is why I'm against it.
We are undermining the human this thing by giving animal rights as well. We are undermining everything. See, there is a saying,
by compromising on human aspirations in favor of animal things, you are undermining the potential for humans to exercise all of the natural instincts that we have. And
see, there is a saying that America is built on slave labor. There is a saying. I don't know the reality. And also I've read that Dubai is built on slaves from India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Not physical slaves. I mean, they paid very little. Yeah. So it's all about So who do you support? Do you support the person who enslaved the slaves, or are you in favor of the slaves?
See, historically, if you look at it, we'll need to go into a lot more detail of the historical facts to look at America's history. But if you look at Dubai, right, it's kind of similar. But these people are making voluntary choice to go there to get the economic incentive that they're not able to get over here. This is a they're willingly going into unfavorable situations to get out of like a situation that is more unfavorable than what they're getting into. So again, you're looking at economic factors driving human behavior.
No, what I meant is just like how you can reduce the rights of animals, you can also reduce the rights of other humans for the rest of the humans to prosper.
I don't think animals have
10%
rights.
of 10% of world population can enslave 90% and get the best out of them.
Right,
for
but-
the 10%.
Yeah, but you are also like, reversing the rate of human progress overall in order to achieve that.
Why should I care about human progress? I'll care about my progress.
Yeah, you do it.
If I'm really
see,
selfish.
if I'll care about human progress, you care about animal progress. We'll both compete, and whoever is the strongest will win and enforce the future on the rest of the world. That's how it
Okay.
works. That's how this whole
Let's
thing works.
go
And
for
I think
it.
I
That's
favor
how it
that.
works. That's how it shouldn't work that way. That's why debates are.
No, that I think that's how it should work, and I'm gonna make sure that it works like that.
Okay, then I'm going to make sure I'm going to dominate over you then, if I have a chance.
Perfect. That's
Where-
exactly
where
how
is
I
the
want it,
fight,
man.
though?
Every human has a global domination dream.
Then I'm going to enslave you, Raghav, if I have a chance.
You can try. You can do your best, man. I'll cherish the hell out of it. I will love your try. I'll win over you, and then we'll laugh at it together. Yeah.
Right now, I cannot. If I have a chance, I said.
No, for sure. That's what I'm saying. I'm defending your ability to do that. Okay, that's the whole point of human.
Yeah,
what I've
sure.
been
Even
advocating
if
for.
you do dominate and enslave Raghav, he'll be happier because he's winning there.
Exactly, because
Yeah,
like
he'll
you-
win in the debate, but he'll lose on he'll lose on his comfort.
Right, but the thing is that the fact that I believe it also motivates me to defend myself and work on being able to defend myself, and that has to be there. That incentive has to be there for human beings. Otherwise, we will become diseased. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm for the topic what Ashwin brought up because it led to a long debate.
Honestly, this has been the longest. I think.
I was actually
Raghav,
going to
let's
ask,
say
is
there are
this
two
like the
dimensions.
first time we have brought breach 3 p.m.
Sorry, say that
Raghav,
again,
la-
Ruzuri.
last
Sorry, one more time. What would you?
Sorry, I was asking, is this the first time that we have breached 3 p.m. mark?
I think
Or
maybe,
like-
maybe second time, maybe second or third time, or maybe the first time. I'm
Okay.
not sure. We have to measure it. We'll see.
I haven't even had breakfast, by the way, and I would like to make one more
You're
point.
too compassionate, Ashwin. You should be more selfish.
Raghav is winning that way, like he's avoiding.
Raghav. Raghav.
Okay,
when
go
it
ahead,
comes
Ashwin.
to subsidizing and lifting up the poor and
Mhm.
taxing the rich heavily, I mean, I would say it will have the poor will not work so hard, and if I'm given a lot of unemployment allowance, it will not help. It will not. I won't have the motive to find a job and stuff like that. What you're saying applies correctly in that dimension, but when it comes to warfare and the stronger person killing the weaker person, stronger country taking and dominating over the weaker country, I think that is morally incorrect.
No, these are just like extensions of the same thing applied in different extremities.
Different dimensions, I would say.
No, they're fundamentally the same thing. It's always the the stronger getting more access to resources, more freedom, and more everything, right? And similarly, even an economic framework, a lower income person not being able to achieve that at a certain point, right? If you extend that to a certain extreme, right, it'll become detrimental even for the person who's at the top of the food chain. So, as a human being who's looking at it intelligently, they will try to optimize and balance the ecosystem so that it's beneficial for everybody. And that has to be that.
Why are the poor given subsidies in the first place? Why are the poor given? Free healthcare?
There is like bad strategy everywhere. I'm not gonna like sit and justify those things.
Is it empathy or is it?
That is
is
good.
it?
No, that's
wait,
not
is it
empathy. That's strategically good. Actually, I'm going to talk about that.
No.
That is actually
Raghav, what is it?
We can argue
Raghav,
about the
you tell
strategic
me.
merit of it. I don't think it is like out of like purely like a moralistic or ethical
It is
factors.
absolutely not moralistic.
Yeah,
it does benefit. Like
it is definitely a factor of like economic consideration, which is what I've been arguing for the whole time, that everything is about resource access and optimizing for the overall outcome.
Yeah.
Right?
Why, if the poor people perish, they won't have to. The subsidy will be used elsewhere, right?
So subsidy
But
itself
there is a
won't be
cost.
available if
There is
there
a-
are no poor people.
See,
Like,
there
you need
is a
people for
cost.
labor.
See, there is a cost to the poor perishing as well. If you have poor people and they're able to balance themselves, they'll be more economical, more useful to the entire society than if they didn't exist. So these
Okay,
things
we
are all
give,
made as in a measured way. But again, there is a lot of room for like poor strategy, and also there's a lot of room for creative initiatives that can actually go beyond these logistical considerations. All of these things are possible, and it's only when you have a competitive environment where we can test out all these different strategies, and the best strategy will win out, and we can learn from each other. That's the human potential we have.
That's
Can we
nature at
get
its
like
best. And
5?
about that argument, Ashwin, like, you were saying that like it's not beneficial for like, subsidized poor. It is actually beneficial.
It is,
Since
yeah.
we have started subsidizing poor, like, we have a little bit more population that can actually work on something. So as a whole, you can build bigger and better things. If you do not have population supporting it, I think that is something we
Yeah,
have
and
discussed at length at some point.
you know,
Raghav,
like,
let me complete.
yeah. Go ahead.
So, like, if you have population to be able to, like, I think Prince cited that in general, when you have a bigger population, you have more confidence. In general, when you're competing more, you can lead to bigger outcomes. But if you don't have supporting population, you cannot build some of the ornate structures or like organizational things and stuff like that. For example, if you did not have big enough population, laptop as a system or like the Zoom as a system or phone or whatever you're using would not be possible. Like the number of people that go into making this thing possible is ridiculous. Like
I
right
would
from
say,
refining silicon.
I would say in India, the farms are overemployed. Let's say more number of people work on few farms. And if you,
Right.
even if you take away half of the farmers, the output will be exactly the same. That is what I
Right.
think. And number
That
two
is what
is,
we will eventually do. Like, we will
and
take out
why
the
are the
farmers, we will
handicapped
convert
people,
that into labor.
why are the handicapped people, like, why are they given a stipend or whatever? And why are the elderly taken care of? All these things you must ask some questions, right?
Okay, all the people are taken care of because we give 500 to 1,000 rupees subsidies to each person per month. But look at how much they spend, how much they, get back into the economy. That itself is, churning up the economy. The government gets GDP, the government gets taxes, the country gets GDP, and every person, kind of plays a role. So, and plus as humans we like to preserve our species. That's a basic instinct, so we try to uh, maintain the population.
Are tribal people useful to the economy? Tribes who lives in the forest.
They're useful to the diversity of the society. They're useful
Why
in
do you
different ways.
Are they useful for the economy? I'm asking.
See,
Indirectly, yes.
economies, if they're producing value in a different way, sure. I mean, they will find a way to be useful. Okay, any group, right? They will find a way to be useful to increase the quality of their own survival.
No, are they useful
And
for
plus,
us? Are they useful for the state of
They-
India?
They provide,
Yes.
like, all these, like, they're definitely useful. And to measure of how greatly they're useful or not, that is a different question that depends on their own agency or willingness to be so. If they don't want to participate, then they're not as useful. What is your point?
My point is, tribes, they are isolated. They don't contribute to the economy, but still some money is spent on them, like cultural programs and stuff like that. We get little or nothing out of them, but still we spend on them. Like it's
We do get actually something out of that. Like, we get the cultural diversity that we get to boast about. That makes us feel better, and that has a cost itself.
Yeah,
That
it has a
leads to
soft power.
tourism and all of them.
It has a soft
So,
power,
like,
outcome.
Yeah,
Okay.
so all the power is power, and like if you're hungry for power, soft power, hard power, whatever is relevant, you will be willing to pay for it. And if that is something that you appreciate, that is where the value is generated. The value is not exactly in terms of like number of rupees or like total GDP or something like that. The value varies.
Exactly.
If,
Yeah.
for example, like there are two countries making exactly the same GDP, but one has much better repo, and they would like to maintain that because that way they get like better protection from or whatever. Like you get to join the NATO or whatever, so you have more protection. Versus like one that suffers from negative one. Again, like not the best example, but I hope like you guys are smart and will be able to extract the essence that I'm coming to. So that also becomes relevant, right? So there is that soft power element that is missing, and that you don't really have that insurance. So everything has a different value, might not have an immediate economic benefit. Actually, for that matter, insurance is exactly the same, right? There is no immediate economic benefit, but it does give you that protection. So the same way, like, it gives you one thing or the other that you want or you like, gives you that. That is a benefit that you're aiming for, and that is why you are willing to let them survive, however it is.
Guys, I got to go because my wireless phones are dying out. We'll have
everybody has to go. This was a great session, guys. Thank you so much for participating, especially for Ashwin for enriching the discussion with his alternate perspective. I really appreciate it.
Shall we have another debate on the continuation of topic? You can post on
No,
the
yeah, for
group.
sure. I just posted a suggestion just now in WhatsApp group. I want you guys to also post your own suggestions. Let's extend this. Let's further this. Yeah.
How would I join the WhatsApp group?
So I will post a link here in the chat. It's basically the debateclub.info. That's our official website. You'll have the link to everything over there. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So it's the debateclub.info. You can go there and then you can find links to everything there. And yeah, so let's post the suggestions for the topics in the debate sessions channel, and we'll arrive at a thing, and then we'll schedule something by this evening so that people can also participate there.
I have posted a lot of things on Vivada channel. I hope I have not been spacking. Like, people have been asking some evidence. I have been posting it. I hope that is helpful. If not, I will curtail it and
No, actually, see, the purpose of the debate sessions channel is to discuss about the sessions themselves. So let's not post things over there. The Vivada channel is specifically for people who want to come and have arguments, text-based debates. Okay, so there you can post anything, however much you want, but don't spam it. Like, keep it to constructive dialogue.
No, I have been posting the links for the evidence that we had been talking about. So we said, like, let's use Vivada channel. So I have posted some links there. So I have posted like 5-6 links. I do not know how much actually useful it would be.
No, it's good.
I think we made several claims. I don't know, like, I did not know what is the culture, because I felt like those were like successfully my messages only. I like felt like, oh shit, is this too much? I don't know.
I think it's fine.
Okay, fantastic. Lovely debate, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.